Welcome in chat, welcome in chat. All the early heads, what is up, what is up? Enjoy some fucking heavy beats before we start in a cuppa. Oh my god, rest in peace, bass. Fuck your bass. What is up, chat? What is up, chat? What is up, chat? This fine Tuesday between 5 and 7 p.m. Good morning, evening, / afternoon. How we doing, motherfuckers? I'm coming to you from the sunny seaside of the undisclosed country that I'm currently in. Look at how much tan your boy is getting, okay? Okay, I am slowly transforming away from my phenotype, if you know what I mean. How are you guys doing? I'm like red all over here. Don't forget to cute. Thank you very much, pandas, for the biddies. Welcome in to a Empire News Day. I'm almost as tan as Trump. If I keep living here, I'm going to become a literally orange. Oh my God, an orange joke. That's what we're starting off. It's incredible. Yes, tan. It is a curse and a blessing inflicted upon the whites, upon those who lack beautiful natural melanin, for they must barbecue themselves out in the open, and maybe God, also known as the sun, shall bless them with a little bit of sun protection, natural sun protection. I don't really tan. I go into the sea. I swim. I come out, and then I just dry on the sun. And I immediately go on the bed and I hide underneath the umbrella. A very bougie thing that like I swear by. I cannot take my own towel or my own umbrella and like sunbrella, whatever the fuck you call it, and just put it in a random part of the beach, unless it's like a beach that doesn't have the option of paying for sunbeds. I know it's bougie or whatever, but I cannot be asked to have little sand in my ass crack every single time. Also, like one of those like cloth umbrellas you can buy for the beach, you can take by yourself. I don't think they really protect you from the sun, and you have to carry so many fucking things. Also, you can't just order. I want water. Yes, I'll pay a premium price, but I have water right there. So it's parasol. Yeah, I mean I use children's sun protection. It's really good. Like my whole life I've been using kids sun protection because apparently it doesn't have as many chemicals, and also it's like more intense and protects you from the sun more. My intention is never to tan, but I have what my fiance referred to as a farmer's genetics. Farmer's genetics means she basically called me a redneck, like I can actually tan. Like my ancestors worked the fields, so I don't burn, I tan, okay? Bless you, think that's a tan, fellow paper pal. Yeah, I know, no, dude. I've only spent like 2 days, I spent 3 days in total on the beach with your bitch. I get down with 4 SPF. I get down with 50 SPF, my friend. You're a peasant. Indeed, I am, pandas. Takes one to know one, okay? Where's the revolution? I cannot take it anymore. Tomorrow, trust me, bro. Tomorrow. We'll reach 3,000 subscribers and the revolution starts. Trust me, bro. Uh, but the contradictions do be piling, so you should be optimistic, in my modest opinion. A lot of stuff do be happening in weeks. The nothing ever happens guy is officially dead. The only bad things happen guy is officially in control, which means we are in control, chat. Welcome to our world. But yeah, I drank an Aperol Spritz today, the worst one I've ever drank in my life. I don't think they mix it properly, because my first I just drank all the actual Aperol. Like it disappeared, and then for the rest of the time it just tasted like fucking sparkling wine and soda. It was the worst fucking spritz I've ever had in my life. And then I had a beer. I ate a pizza, classic eating a pizza on the beach, because you can eat it with your hands. It doesn't get all swept up in the fucking sand. It was quite nice. We had to get home. My girlfriend my fiance got a little bit sick. Now she's better. She's out with a friend. And later she's going to see her mom. So I'm going to spend time with my friends and my mother. Chat! What? Hello, mother. You are literally mother, chat. You are literally mother, okay? Something happens, guys, here. Something bad happens, guys, very much here. I tan easily. SPF 50 is good. Yeah, SPF 50 completely protects me. Go into the water. That's the trick that my mom taught me. You go into the water, you go outside, and then you stand next to your fucking, what do you call it? Your tanning bed? Your tanning salon? Not your tanning bed. Your tanning bed. Next to your umbrella thing. For as long as it takes for you to completely dry out. Once you're dried, I'm not talking about your actual swimsuit. I'm talking about your skin. Once you're dry, you immediately go into the shade. You repeat that 3-4 times, depending on how many times you go into the sea, and you should be fine. I have a lot of people that are 10 times bougier than me. I don't know if you guys have friends like that just do not go into the sea at all. They do not swim in the sea. They do not go in there. They just vibe on the beach and sip on their cocktails or mocktails, depending on usually their religious background and so on. I don't get it. You're a falahi, farmer in Arabic. I'm absolutely a falahi. Though, isn't falahi sometimes also used as a slur? Like when you want to call somebody basically a redneck. Damn, didn't do the dual pouring ankh technique. Dude, the worst fucking one I've ever had in my life. It was such a massive disappointment. Felt like I feel like an onset of diarrhea anytime soon. May I spend time with your mother? I mean, you are mother, okay? You're spending time with you. Chat, you are mother. If you're not surfing, what's the point? Yeah, I don't live where there's waves. I'm not on the ocean, my friend. So I actually swim, compared to you guys in the ocean where you can't swim because the waves are 5 fucking feet tall. I'd be swimming in sweat if I didn't go into the water. Same. I don't know how they do it. I do not know how to do it. They just aura farm. They're just sitting there like dancing a little bit in their bikinis and their glistening pecs. Like so many. Like majority of my friends, especially when it's like a birthday party or something and somebody organizes it in one of the countries that has a seaside. The Balkans are very cool because you're like a relatively short distance flight or car away from a very nice sea. And they're all just vibing. Like if I go there with 10 people, me and like other 3 dudes are the only ones that go into the water. And the other guys even make fun of us. They're like, you never been to the sea, you fucking falahi, you fucking peasant, okay? If you're not 5, why so small? Which 5, my friend? Never seen the ocean, Midwestern U.S. When you see it, you will like it. I am one of those people that enjoys the ocean, but as long as like it's like I'm at an establishment, a place that I can basically treat like a small bar or a restaurant. That and especially if there's music, that's even better. Now they started doing these childless beaches here. It's the best fucking thing. It's the absolute best fucking thing. You have to show your ID, and they don't let you in if you are under the age of 15. You can take your teenager there because they're not gonna be a complete fucking freak. As long as, of course, they are with their parents. But no tiny kids on the beach is a complete game changer when it comes to being able to enjoy it. Because those guys, I love children, I genuinely do. But holy fucking shit, are they freaks. Oh my God, there's sand. Oh my God, there's sand. I'm about to throw it everywhere. I'm about to sprint in between all the chairs and fucking flip the sand into everybody's eyes. I can't swim to save my life. Learn how to swim. Learn how to swim. I know, of course, if you're able-bodied, please. It is one of the core fucking skills a human being needs. It's your parents' fault for not teaching you. I am 100% blaming them, unless, again, they were not taught themselves. You should have been taught by your parents to swim, okay? Maybe I'm being too Balkan here, but it is like, come on. Your parents need to teach you how to swim. Unless they also were not taught by their parents how to swim, that's a little bit different. Prefer river water. Yeah, I really like lakes as well. But like salt water is really good for you, bro. Like salt water is like cleans out your skin so well. If you have non-hormonal acne, if you like have certain skin issues, blah blah blah, you spend like 2-3 days on the seaside if you're of course privileged enough to be able to do so, and the salt fucking eats that out. The trick is not to shower for like 3-4 hours after having been in the sea, so that the salt properly goes into the pores, properly eats through everything. Watch the new Jurassic World movie. There's a new Jurassic World movie. No, you know what I've been watching, chat. I've been trauma dumping on myself, on my own self, my beautiful chat. I've been watching. You know what I've been watching? This. I have stayed away from it for so long, because it is a literal CIA propaganda. This has been written, approved, and shipped by the Central Intelligence Agency. This is one of the worst shit I've ever watched in my life. It is evil Muslim man. I am at the episode in season 1 when they kill like 400 people in a church. Okay, so evil jihadi man, who is evil jihadi man because of course, like good CIA propaganda gives a decent argument to the enemy, but then make sure that there's no gray morality involved, because the enemy always does an irredeemable act. So you automatically have to side with, in this case, of course, the CIA and this grizzled war veteran that is now a analyst or whatever. He's like extra interesting because he's like a ex-Wall Street guy that got pissed off because of 9/11 and then joined the army, but then was traumatized in the army, but joined the CIA later on as a desk sitter, as an analyst. But then because he's really good at what he does, he gets promoted. They're hitting everything. Like if you're in the corporate world, join the CIA. If you're a nerdy dude, join the CIA. If you're a patriot, join the CIA. If you love the ladies, join the CIA. If you don't think the enemy is evil just because they're evil, still join the CIA. But yeah, they tell you, okay, the guy is bad because we do something bad to him, but we didn't mean it at some point. But now he's using nerve agents to massacre entire churches, so we must stop him because he will, and I unironically quote from season 1, he will do another 9/11. They have said around 30 times up until now, I think I'm on episode 5, at least 30 times that they must stop him before he does another 9/11. That is how much they respect their audience, okay? They can't give you a different attack. They got to give you an attack that everybody knows about. Thank you very much, Six-Stringed Anarchist, my friend, for the 3 months. Thank you for the subscription. Thank you very, very much, Kam. God, I hate that trope, giving the villain valid points, but then making them also eat babies so you can't take his point serious. Because they do not respect their audience's intellect, and because it's propaganda. That's the only way you can write if you want to hit both of those two very important points on the head. Texas town requires pledge to not boycott Israel to get. Texas city requires what the hell? Seriously? Is this brand new right now? Texas City requires no Israel boycott for hurricane relief. Civil rights group on Friday called unconstitutional a Houston suburbs hurricane repair grant program that says residents cannot boycott Israel as a condition of receiving any money. No, there's no way. What? This is an Onion article. This is okay. You did some like HTML coding here. You did some HTML coding. Why the fuck are you trolling me in my own chat? Cuphead Socialist, you're one of the fucking OGs. You got VAP. Why would you troll me in my own... The American Civil Liberties Union said it's considering legal actions against the city of Dickinson over its Hurricane Harvey repair grant program, which will provide money to people whose homes and businesses in the city were damaged. The grant program's application is a section in which individuals have to acknowledge they will not boycott Israel during the term of this agreement. This is the craziest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. This is the craziest thing I've ever heard in my life, and I do this for a living. Also said it's unclear if the new law applies to the city's grant program funded by more than 1 million private donations for victims. Jesus Christ. I'm not trolling, it's just 2017. Okay, it's 2017. Jesus Christ. Okay, but still, I get the, yeah, it's insane. The Onion is a documentary nowadays. The Onion records IRL. The Onion is a live show. It's from 2017, but it's real. It's real, unlike Israel. Oh my God, he did the joke. Oh my God. But yeah, I've been watching this. It's very bad. But like, watch it in a funny way, if you know what I mean. Watch it in an RR way, if you know what I mean. The reason this was made is because Jeff Bezos signed a bunch of... This is an Amazon show. Like, I don't know if you noticed, but on Prime TV is the Prime streamer that creates... like pro-State Department and specifically pro-CIA propaganda, like the heaviest in-your-face pro-CIA recruitment propaganda and consent manufacturing, of course. And that's because Jeff Bezos has like massive contracts with the CIA. Massive contracts, okay? This man plays golf with the fucking director of the CIA, okay? They're literal best fucking buddies. The CIA probably kills people for Jeff Bezos. I would not be surprised even for a second.
Wonderful.
Absolutely cannot back this up with anything, both because Jeff Bezos is my boss and I love him and respect him very much, and he's better than every other billionaire, and he will be spared in the great purifying fire of the future revolution, because he had betrayed his bourgeois class by creating Twitch, which allowed for brilliant anti-capitalists to create content which eventually led to the downfall of communism. I am literally bringing you news from the future. But that put aside, yes, he works with the CIA, and that's why he produces so many of these fucking shows, okay? Like, if you're right, Prime series, okay? Thank you, Atomic Glitch. Nice balaclava, bro. I'm playing around with different masks, but thanks to people like you that subscribe, I have money to buy masks, and then I fuck with them. I change them up. It's really fun. Okay, let's just see before we get into the news or whatever. Let's have some fun for a second, okay? So here we have Prime series, okay? Let's see which ones are obvious propaganda or CIA propaganda or just America good propaganda. Already at number, I'll just talk about the ones I know. Already on 5, we have On Call, okay? Police job very hard, police job very difficult, support police, okay? Propaganda. Citadel, a fictional world about fictional intelligence agency, but America never bad guy, always evil foreigner bad guy, therefore even foreigner must be destroyed, and intelligence agencies very good, more propaganda, okay? The Man in the High Castle is a fictional story, we're not going to touch on that. Dead Ringers. Reacher, obviously pure American soldier, very based, very good. Jack Ryan, obviously we talked about it earlier, pure motherfucking propaganda. Cross, very good police officer, very decent show, still propaganda, okay. The Devil's Hour, actually not a bad show at all. Fleabag, very decent. Bosch Legacy, obviously propaganda. But these are not even the main ones, like Prime series, CIA. Like, if just... they got so many. They got The Agency, Central Intelligence. They got Jack Ryan. Oh my God. They got All the Old Knives. They got The Recruit. Like, these are just shows that are just completely bankrolled by the State Department. Obviously, The Citadel. I'm dying on this hill. Best CIA series on Amazon Prime outlet, okay? So if there's one streamer, in my opinion, that you should not be giving your money to, it's that one. There's a Jack Ryan spin-off too, probably. The divorce dead market, truly a money bags moment. Hope the 30-degree weather doesn't melt you. The melt hole probably helps. It absolutely does. And the AC behind me, which is set on 20 degrees Celsius, assists to an extent, okay? What I do for streams while trying to remain anonymous is absolutely unhinged, okay? My feet are literally freezing because it's too hot on my feet, but it's too hot on my face, okay? So I need the extremely cold temperature. So my mom, if my mom is listening to this, she's gonna fucking murder me. So I sacrifice my feet for my head, okay? After the revolution, are we going to give the billionaires a chance to flip so we can use their assets? Of course, yes. They will all be. Yeah, we are not. We are materialists. We understand that billionaires themselves, while representatives of a parasitic class, are also the way they are because of their particular material conditions. So yeah, they will be allowed to flip. If they choose to. If they do not choose to, God help them. I mean, if they choose not to, they will be treated as criminals because they would be criminals under the new definition of what is legal and illegal. And capital accumulation, to the extent that they have accumulated it, would be deemed as an action that has caused direct suffering and death of untold thousands. And the punishment for basically mass murder and mass suffering shall be adequately reciprocal, okay? This is not pulling out revenge or doing like liberal morality or liberal law, okay? The law will literally be changed, and then they will be punished in accordance to said new law. But if they want to help out the new project, you know, why the fuck not? Except for the most unhinged ones, of course. Have any plans to ever do a face reveal? Most likely not, my friend. I really enjoyed the anonymity. But who knows? If this thing grows enough and I go YOLO, why the fuck not? Is the wire propaganda? Not sure. I don't think so. But then I'm biased. When a show is really good, I'm very biased. I don't know. Let's start out with an update on the floods.
The lives lost in the Texas floods and the desperate search for the missing.
If people are watching this, what do you want them to know? What do you want to tell them?
We need help. That's all I can say. We need help.
From CBS News headquarters in New York, this is the CBS Evening News.
Good evening. I'm Maurice Dubois in Kerrville, Texas. John Dickerson is off tonight. The floodwaters were too much for the ground to absorb, and now the enormity of the disaster is nearly impossible to bear. The loss of more than 100 people, many of them children, attending summer camp. 8-year-old sisters Hannah and Rebecca Lawrence of Dallas had just finished second grade. Their brokenhearted parents said they brought us so much joy. We are devoting much of this broadcast to this still unfolding tragedy, which began in the early morning hours of the 4th of July. Camp Mystic, just west of us here, was washed away when heavy rain caused the Guadalupe River to crash over its banks in a matter of minutes with little warning.
My goodness.
We made our way to Camp Mystic along the Guadalupe River in Hunt, Texas, an all-girls Christian summer camp that was destroyed.
It's like a needle in a haystack situation.
Yeah. Inside the camp, we met Fletcher Cordell as he searched for what was left of his 11-year-old daughter's belongings. Olivia was rescued by helicopter as the deadly river rose 26 feet in less than an hour.
I'm just trying to do what I can for my daughter. And right now what that means is getting as much of her stuff as I can.
27 campers and counselors were killed in the flash flooding, including 18-year-old Chloe.
I swear to God, there's some biblical irony that a flood happens on the 4th of July of all days. Well, absolutely. Absolutely.
Chloe Childress, a counselor who had just graduated from high school, and
in a country that has completely scrapped any budget for relief efforts on the 4th of July. I mean, come on. It's if somebody wrote a better script, they would call him. If somebody wrote it in a script, they would call him, two on the nose.
Camp's owner, Dick Eastland. This video shows playful moments at the camp just days before it was destroyed. Since Friday, hundreds of search and rescue operations have been launched around the clock, leading to 850 water rescues. Dozens more rescued by helicopter from tree branches and rooftops. We flew over the flood zone on a Coast Guard plane.
Thank you, Bionic Broccoli, very much for the 10 months. That is exceptionally kind of you, my friend. Thank you very much. On one hand, it's crazy to look for stuff after the girl has survived. On the other hand, you know how much it hurts to lose a favorite plushie when you're a child. It's not even that much about the kid. The dad is doesn't know what to do. You're completely powerless in the face of nature and, more importantly, a completely inadequate government that does not know how to protect you or your kids. And he's completely botched this entire operation. So the dad needs some sort of outlet to feel like he's doing something, for his daughter. So he's, going there and finding some stuff. He needs, it's a coping mechanism. It's a, Freudian hours with Hugo. It's a pure coping mechanism.
And equipped with thermal.
Which is an understandable coping mechanism, and it's a relatively healthy one. So God bless the dude,
Technology that can pick up body heat in the dense woods below.
From the cockpit, you get a totally different view. You get the perspective of the pilots as they search the rivers, the campsite, anywhere, any sign. They're looking for survivors.
But on this mission, they came.
And like this, I'm so I know I'm a content demon. Like I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. I'm the bottom of the bottom. I'm bottom feeder's bottom feeder, and not just me. Every single Twitch streamer. Period. We would be lying to ourselves if we did not admit to this. But there is a lower level, okay? There is a slightly lower level, and that is, mainstream media. Because we bottom feed with, I don't know, like 5,000-6,000 euro equipment around this. These dudes bottom feed and make content from mass tragedy on fucking choppers and with 50,000 euro equipment, trying to make it as comfortable to consume by the masses from their living room. Now, you might say, yo, what the fuck are you talking about? They're just reporting on the particular thing. One thing is reporting, the other thing is making it cinematic, okay? Making it cinematically engaging the way this gentleman is doing so right now. Is this unethical? Is this immoral? I'm not a fucking liberal. I do not operate on those fucking categories. So I do not care if it is one or if it's the other. What I am saying, though, is that it is content goblin maxing on level 1 trillion, okay? That's what I'm saying. So when these establishment fucking journalists look at the rest of us that have developed through painstaking work our own platforms all over the good old fucking internet, and they call us, little parasites running around trying to milk every large event in order to grow our platform, they would be correct. But they are doing the same thing. That is the only thing I'm trying to say. With this picture of this guy in the chopper trying to get some cool shots, okay? It's just commodified, yeah.
Anywhere, any sign, they're looking for survivors.
But on this mission, they came up empty. Lieutenant Jordan Hobson is with the Coast Guard.
We want to do everything that we can in our ability to help find any survivors that are still out there. So we're going to put forward our best effort.
Across the road from Camp Mystic, 30 family members of 67-year-old Alicia Olvera are looking for her everywhere. Olvera's husband was found dead, and she's been missing since Friday.
Where does she live?
She lived right there in the house.
Juvia Torres is her daughter.
If people are watching this, what do you want them to know? What do you want to tell them?
We need help. That's all I can say. We need help searching. We need to find her.
And you certainly wish them the best. Our hearts go out to them and all the people here trying to struggle, trying to deal with this. Everywhere you turn, there are people with stories, tears in their eyes. You wonder how long it's going to take for them to recover if they ever will. The flooding here in the Texas Hill Country is common, and there were alerts leading up to the 4th of July, but no one foresaw the disaster that was coming. Jason Allen joins me now with that part of the story. Jason.
And Maurice, we have been asking people since we got here the day of the flood, if they knew when they went to bed on July 3rd if this river was going to rise. We found that that debate on how to alert people to that danger has been going on here for years.
The first sign of trouble came Wednesday, July 2nd.
The debate on how to avoid a disaster happens and gets resolved much quicker here on YugopnikTwitch, though. Every 45 minutes we get a warning of a different type of flood, a flood against your neurons and your gray brain cells. That flood is called advertising. You can avoid it for $6 a month for free through Prime or by gifting to fellow chatters and alleviating them immediately and expediently. Avoid the ad that would play if we had ads in 1 minute and 40 seconds. Become a subscriber or give me subscribers and allow this channel to continue operating the way it always has. Thank you for your consideration. Thank you for saving our brain cells.
Crazy
Jesus Christ.
Crazy hamburger!
Mobius really loves them brain cells. Thank you very, very much, Mobius. I think that was a very decent ad pitch from my end. Mobius, everybody say thank you, Mobius. This is Mobius's 50th gift sub, okay? He's giving me 50 child soldiers. Officially a major, not even a corporal, a major, much higher in our anti-ad army movement. Thank you very much, Mobius. Also, I choose the blue pill.
Before the flood, the Texas Division of Emergency...
Mobius literally giving red pills to chat by making them subscribers, okay? Mobius gifting subscriptions is so fucking funny because it goes so well with the name. Pulling you out of the matrix stupor, which is not being a subscriber. Woo-hoo!
Emergency management activated state of...
Do you have to be a liberal to have ethics? No, you do not have to be a liberal to have ethics. A liberal morality implies that my morality is the same like your morality. Okay? Marxists understand that the moral compass readjusts to your personal experiences. If you want to be a nerd, call it material conditions. That's the only difference. That's Morpheus, not Mobius. Just let me have my thing. What the fuck is the difference between a Morpheus and a Mobius? Mobius. Seriously? I'm sorry, Mobius. I confused you with another person. Oh shit, Mobius is the vampire and Morpheus is the pill guy. No, wait. He's Mobius. Not Morbius. That's just Mobius's name, okay? Just Mobius's name. That's Morbius. Mobius strip. Mobius is like the gay guy, right? It's the math figure. I'm a nerd. Oh, it's the math guy. Okay. Mobius math. Thank you. Well, I know you can count to 10 for sure. Oh, yeah. A Mobius strip. Mobius function. Mobius math. Okay. Now I get it. Thank you, Mobius. Apologies for confusing you with a 1999 cultural reference that no sex havers use to this day, which is ironic because they also use the same reference.
Emergency response resources citing increased threats of flooding. On Thursday, the National Weather Service brought in extra staff to monitor for flooding and issued a flood watch. By
the way, last month on this day, we had the best subscription day in the history of this channel. So we're going to see numbers go down really fucking hard on the goal, or we might have an equally as good of a subscription day. You know, you never know. Oh, Hugo, are you getting greedy? Yes. I'm kidding. I'm just mentioning it just in case. Whatever. I'm happy with the, it's the 8th. We are at 1.7. That's sustainable-ish.
4:14 a.m. local time on Friday. The agency sent...
I'm just warning you so you can get scared when the number starts going down like crazy. There you go. It just went down by 10 subs. Oh, it's so anxiety-inducing. It's wild.
Out its first emergency alert for Kerr County. That triggered cell phone alerts and weather radios, but it did not mention evacuation. It sent another alert at 3:35 a.m. Again, no mention of evacuation. At 4:03 a.m., Kirk County residents were urged to move to higher ground now, calling the flood an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Time-lapse video shows the water level rising to 23.4 feet in Kerrville.
It only took 45 minutes for the Guadalupe River to rise 26 feet in some places. The hill country is widely known as Flash Flood Alley because the intense rain that hits the hills, it falls on limestone, and the runoff roars down canyons.
Back in 1987, a flash flood killed 10 teenage campers. CBS News teams captured video as people were rescued from treetops and out of the raging river. 8 years ago, local officials
I love how they plugged a little bit of a brag there.
say a lack of funding prevented emergency sirens from being installed. Today, Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick told us the state could fund an emergency alert system.
If they can't afford to do it, then let us do it.
Is that a possibility?
Sure. We have a special session starting 2 weeks from today. And I think we can take that up and do some other things of funding these sirens. If there had been a siren, maybe that would have sparked people to say, oh, we have a massive disaster like 5 minutes away.
Oh, a heavy disaster zone known for a disaster zone where disasters could strike did not have sirens. Fucking brilliant. The richest country on the planet, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, but you're expecting too much of them, Hugo. No, what? Literally the richest place on planet Earth.
Jason, people have been talking about this for years, getting sirens up. Why haven't they gotten it done?
Like I said, lack of regulation, 100%.
I talked today with Tom Moser. He was on the county commission here back when they talked about this in 2015, 16, 17. He told me that they wanted to get a grant for it. When that didn't happen, there was concern about could they afford it? Would the money be there?
How to allow building there? Because it's a free country and the free market decides where somebody can build. Or you want to make an establishment that you're going to fill with 150 children 7 times a year for camp activity? Yeah, of course you can do it. Of course you can do it. It's your land. You can do whatever you want on your land.
And there was also some concern for people who thought the sirens would be made.
No. I'm not being aggressive. What the fuck, Cuphead? I'm just joking along. No, why are you apologizing? What? Please stop apologizing. I was going ahead with your reference point. I wasn't say you're not correct. God damn it.
Maybe more of a nuisance than they would really be of a help.
So after all of this, do you think it's going to happen now?
He does, and he really hates for a tragedy like this, a disaster, to be a catalyst for change. But he knew one of the people who died, and he really thinks that this
Exactly, Chad. Over 100 people died. I am the United States government. The best I can do is 100 billion for Israel.
Time, it's going to get done.
Hopefully. All right. Jason Allen, thanks so much. Well, as the hours and days go by, we're learning more about the people who've died in this disaster. Here's Janet Shamlian with a look at some of the lives lost.
Joyce Baden, Mary Grace Baker.
Communities like this Dallas church are struggling with unimaginable loss. The destruction hundreds of miles away, but the heartache close to home.
In the tragic flooding.
Hundreds of miles away, but the heartache close to home.
In the tragic flooding in West Texas.
9-year-old Lila Bonner was a member here at St. Michael. Her life was lost, along with her best friend, 8-year-old Eloise Peck, among the 20
So fucked up, man.
7 campers and counselors who died at Camp Mystic. Camp director Dick Eastland rushed to the cabins amid the rising water and died, family members say, trying to save some of the 750 girls who were there. Michael McCown drove from Austin to search for his 8-year-old daughter Linny, trudging through mud and debris.
8 to 9-year-old girls going into 3rd and 4th grade.
Her body was later found, as was the body of bunkmate Renee Samastrala, also just 8, whose uncle says the family is thankful she was with friends and that she will forever be living her best life at Camp Mystic. All girls.
Literally, the whole concept of the camp is a place where parents can send their children knowing 100% that they're going to be safe, that they're going to be able to develop some semblance of independence because they're going to be without the parents. They're going to interact with other kids that they do not necessarily interact with back in their school, which will encourage even more social development. There's going to be very, very nice and kind people who've dedicated at least their summer, if not their life, to helping educate children in extracurricular activities or something very specific. Like most camps, unless there's some, I don't know, unhinged, I'm sorry if I'm offending here, but unless it's some unhinged like religious camp or some shit, are pretty cool fucking places. And yet, you know, you send your kid and then boom, dead. Bringing back your kid in a casket as if you send them to war.
Christian camp has been an institution along the Guadalupe River for almost a century. The river is also a popular vacation spot. Sisters Brooke and Blair Harbor, just 11 and 13, were staying in a cabin with their grandparents when the raging river took them. They were found, family members say, with their hands locked together. For some, like Emily Gutierrez, who is missing 3 family members, hope has given way to an agonizing reality.
It's, what, day 2, day 3? We don't know. We genuinely don't know as much as we wanted.
Yeah, they want to sweep this under the rug. This shit is not normal, and it never will be from a climate perspective or from a deregulation perspective. Yeah, I mean, we have so many fucking right-wing chuds that posted, 3-4 years ago about how they don't believe in climate change. Now posting about how this flash flood is completely unnatural. Obviously, they're posting how this flood is unnatural as a way to lower the culpability of the current American administration. But while doing so, they're admitting to the fact that there is climate change, which is causing all of this shit. Not even get started when it comes to talking about deregulation and stuff like that, which you've all heard about already, so I'm not going to repeat the talking points just like a fucking broken record. And obviously Trump is moving the attention away with all the LA shit he's doing right now. Sending in the army over there, everybody's going to pay attention to that. I know this is the new normal, but also this should never be accepted as the norm, is my point. It's wild. I agree completely. But it is going to become the new normal. This has been happening in Pakistan and India for like 10 years. This has been happening in Equatorial Africa for like 15 years now. So now it's going to be happening in the United States as well. Now it's going to be happening in Europe. The white man's, not even white man's at this point, these are pretty diverse countries. The empire's exceptionalism will be questioned at a rate never seen before once man-made climate change comes to its doors. And the man-made climate change does not come to its doors in the form of changing weather patterns, is going to quite literally come to its doors because they are running away in human form. I mean, mass exodus of people from places that are going to be completely crushed by said ecological disaster. That's why the argumentation that, the damage is not going to be that big. We will be able to sustain ourselves on planet Earth even with these, estimated changes in our weather patterns, in our, water levels, etc., etc. But no, this is cope on steroids, because it does not. First, it's very America-centric or Eurocentric, because, they're relatively far away from the equator. But it's also pure cope, because where the fuck do you think all the people from the heaviest hit areas are going to go? What, you think they're going to be like, oh, this part of the planet is no longer livable, I guess I'ma die. My children, oh, we just die now. We'll just lay down and accept our fate. Our planet and Mother Nature are rejecting us. Time to KYS. Time to KMS. No, they will run to places where weather conditions are not as disbalanced, which will cause greater economic and civil. You know all of this. Jesus, why? I don't need to tell this to my chat. We're not fucking noobs here. You know what would be a good video idea? How cultish ideas like abundance find their way from cultish subcultures like New Age spirituality into mainstream politics. That is not a bad idea. It's to an extent done before, but in the context that you're giving me, not really. It's not a bad idea. I'm pasting it in Discord chat. I'll say it again. Climate change will be experienced as a series of ever-unfolding natural disasters viewed through cell phones, getting closer and closer to you until you find yourself the one holding the phone as your life and everything you know is engulfed in flames or water.
Tactical nuke!
Beautifully put, as always, my friend. As always. Thank you, Necronicher, for the 18 months. Literally one of the OGs. That's a fucking child soldier right there. 18 months, loyal fucking service. Officer shot and man with rifle killed after exchange of fire at Border Patrol facility in Texas. A 27-year-old man with a rifle and tactical gear was killed Monday morning after exchanging fire with law enforcement officers at a Border Patrol facility in McAllen. Holy shit, did he go shoot up a Border Patrol facility? They said that he opened fire at the entrance of the United States Border Patrol Sector Annex, and Border Patrol agents and local police helped neutralize the shooter. I mean, you motherfuckers expecting no fucking reaction to this? I don't know what fucking planet you live on. You expect no reaction to this. Is the officer still alive? I guess still fighting it. During the shooter, one officer was struck by a round. According to Rodriguez, he got hit in the knee. He's going to be fine. Okay, no, he's going to be fine. Interesting. It's as if people will react when you invest over $175 billion into a new Gestapo completely dedicated to civil and minority suppression. Huh. Pretty wild, isn't it? We have a quote from the police, confused oinking. Grok, grok, motherfucker. Grok, grok, motherfucker. Tsak, tsak, tsak. You want to hear a cultural difference? Tsak, tsak, tsak is a way to say shooting. But yeah, don't Fed post this king called Prince. What's up, king? Is indirectly telling us 3 emotes.
Pray and hope. There's only so much a human can actually hold on.
Tonight, in addition to the first responders, hundreds of volunteers have come together to walk the riverbank amid challenging conditions in order to give these families who are still waiting.
Will climate change destroy us by the time we'd ever be able to deal with this fascism? No, that's again the Ouroboros of climate change. You have unregulated capitalism, which leads to climate change, which leads to greater destabilization of our weather and our environment, which leads to greater poverty, which leads to a greater reaction against said capitalism, which leads to capitalism entrenching itself through the use of violent means in order to continue down the same pattern without having to address the fact that they are destroying the planet, which leads to ever-increasing conflict amongst citizenry, amongst different nations, amongst different resource-rich and industry-poor centers of power around the world, which leads to even greater destruction of the environment, and then even greater radicalization, and so on and so on and so on, up until we fuck everything up. So basically what I'm saying is capitalism, due to the incentives that it presents, ends up destroying the environment. There is a reaction to that. Capitalism entrenches itself through the use of violent means against said reaction, which wants to, I don't know, improve things somewhat, which then makes the whole situation even worse, and speeds up said climate change, both on the social and human front, fascist governments and so on, but also on the anti-scientific pollution front. It's like a diesel engine. Once it starts, it's not going to be turned off. What even leftists need to understand is that climate change is not an extinction event. It's a slow boil apocalypse. Absolutely. Absolutely. And it has more factors at play than just rising sea levels or unhinged climates or etc., etc. As we all know, the planet is going to be fine without us. But we're definitely going to help the planet get rid of us as climate change intensifies. You understand what I'm saying? We will take a man-made problem, and once it starts hurting us, very, 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 very vividly hurting us, very obviously hurting us, our reaction is going to be to double down and to make things even worse, even quicker. Unless we don't choose barbarism, of course. Unless we don't choose barbarism, of course. But that's the irony of it. That's why accelerationism on this point, to an extent, might not work. It is the biggest fucking gamble of arguably our era. Once capitalism's contradictions when it comes to climate change become extremely evident, is a class-conscious movement going to be able to co-opt said disaster, or are we going to let capitalism just re-entrench itself and go full violent, aka fascistic? That's the big gamble. That's the big gamble that our entire species depends on. Literally.
For news of their loved ones, some answers, some closure. Maurice?
Cannot come soon enough. Janet Chamberlain, thanks so much. The flood danger here is not over. Lonnie Quinn in New York now tracking that for us. Lonnie?
Maurice, the big question is, and everybody wants to know, how does this happen? Here's the situation right now in Kerrville. All right, the area shaded in green. We have a flood watch that's in effect. There could be more to come. But what happened over the weekend? Training showers and storms moved into Kerrville, and it didn't start as a light rain and then become heavier. It went from nothing to something. Rain coming out of those clouds at 6 inches per hour. It ended up with a total of 13.8 inches of rain. But maybe you're still thinking, how does that translate to all of that water? Kerrville was in about the worst drought condition anywhere in our country. So that ground is not playing the role of...
Since you have a degree and I don't, do you think Trump is going to either literally end elections or delay them or some other mechanism to stay in power? We don't know yet. I don't know. Nobody knows. We'll see. There's 3 years left. A lot can happen. Good question, though. But that's what's happening. The U.S. government is giving money to coal power right now and shutting down clean energy initiatives. Of course it's happening. Nobody's saying it's not. Barbarism is already in full motion. And the wall we need to build against barbarism is... we can't even agree what kind of bricks to use. Zen fascism. I I think I listened to this.
Johnson creation. This is
Ben Clarkson. Ben Clarkson made this. Literally, Ben Clarkson made this. Why I speak like this?
This was the social event of CPAC, a Benny Johnson creation. This is his new job as Toilet Paper USA's creative director. Someone forwarded us the invite. It was called the America Fest.
America Fest.
And the actual email was just like a night of bourbon, beer, and bacon. For me, I'm not...
Totalitarian! 18 months! Breaking fucking earlobes if we're in your name. Thank you very much for the 18 months, Fern.
Not exaggerating. Yeah. And it's signed off with Dilly Dilly.
Oh, and the icon was a dabbing astronaut.
Of course. Oh, yeah. And it was at Cadillac Ranch, which is
a bar called Cadillac Ranch.
Which is one of those fake-ass Western honky-tonk chain. It's got a fucking Cadillac on the roof. It's wacky.
It was like stepping into Benny Johnson's brain. And there was the drinks menu was just like, build the wall, whiskey neat. Yeah. Mexico will pay for it, tequila sunrise. And then just the Kavanaugh, which is just a beer.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they didn't even have any puns.
Again, and the only way it was done up to make you know that it was America Fest. This is like Benny Johnson's projection of what makes America YOLO and epic. And the answer is hunks. All throughout the bar were life-size cardboard cutouts of Chris Pratt, Tom Brady, Tim Tebow.
No fucking way, crazy.
Arnold Schwarzenegger and Drake.
Jackie Chan.
And there was
also.
one of Jackie Chan too. The only cardboard cutout of a woman was of Marilyn Monroe.
No, Melania. No, Monica Lewinsky.
There was an AOC one that was just there to be yelled at and defaced.
And Charlie Kirk was there. DJ TJ showed up.
Don Jr.
He did an idiot knucklehead speech about how you guys have the balls to be assholes on college campuses, and I love you for it. Yeah, no, I felt like bone deep despair. I was feeling like Reverend Toller. No, I was on some like Maoist third worldish shit where I was just thinking like, oh, we're all on the same side. These guys aren't my enemy really. I mean, we're all in the Imperial Core. We're all the exploiters. Like we're the bad guys in this story. We need to be destroyed. Like no disentangling me from them. We are all accountable for this. No, I felt deep despair. I also finally got the concept of Zen fascism. These guys have embraced like a Buddhist concept of not.
This is literally one of my favorite rants of all time. I'll leave you with it. I'll be right back. Literally one of my favorite rants of all time. I consider Matt one of the greatest contributors to socialism currently alive. He's not necessarily a contributor to independent theory, but to interpretation of Marxism in the lens of, let's call it labor aristocracy on steroids, which the United States of America has given us.
Nihilism, where it's just, look, we found ourselves by total random fact of fate to have been born at the end of this imperial moment. We have access to this incredible bounty of exploitation, of the bounties of exploitation, and we're going to fucking use it and have fun. You're also in the same boat as us. You were born in the same situation. You have access to this same bounty. Why don't you just enjoy it? Yeah, everything's going to die. Everyone's going to die. Sure, it's not sustainable, but we're going to be the last to die, so why don't enjoy it? Why fight against it? And I actually finally got the point of all of that hypocrisy mongering that Republicans do, where they say, oh, you drive a car. Oh, you use a cell phone. It's not to try to get you in some petty hypocritical gotcha. It's to say, we're all in this together. We're all on the same side. Why don't you just enjoy it? Why are you torturing yourself? Why are you like,
oh, this is actually bad, and oh no, we're exploiting all these people.
Yeah, but that can't change it. You're in this situation. Just eat the fucking slider, drink the goddamn beer, and enjoy yourself. Trigger the libs. Have fun. Because they always have that voice in their head, and that's why they need to trigger libs all the time. They need to push it out. They've embraced this nihilism, but they also know what they've done, and so it's never going to be actually fun. They're never going to really be able to be decadent. They're never really going to be able to be purely hedonistic. They need to have an enemy that they can smite at any given moment to smite their conscience.
Absolutely brilliant, chat. Absolutely brilliant. Here's to many screwdrivers to come. This is a screwdriver. True people's drink, okay? Vitamin C. Fucking love Matt Chrisman. Can we watch a video? No, we don't watch videos here. Can we watch a video about capitalist planning for climate change? Apparently, Morgan Stanley, 9th largest bank on earth, is planning for at least 3 degrees Celsius of global warming. That means it's happening. Morgan Stanley is actually planning for this. This is a new video.
Back in late 2020.
Yo, bro, what the hell? 1 day ago. Holy shit, we have access to this? Oh my god, we're absolutely watching this. Fuck the news. We'll watch the news later. This is the news. Okay? The other shit is news. This is the news. Whoa. Wawa-wee-wa. Wawa-wee-wa. Okay. Thank you very much, my friend. What the hell? Okay, I'm back. Why did that disappear? How long was that off? Jesus Christus. Okay. No, I'm back. Why is this moving now? Oh my god, my fucking setup for traveling is wild. It is wildy. Okay. What the hell, Ante? What the hell, Berry? What the hell, Banky? What the hell climate? Yeah, people just think that 3 degrees increase means that they will have to decrease the setting on their air conditioning by 3 degrees, and it's going to balance out. Okay, chat, let's fucking go. This is big news. How the world's biggest bank is bracing for climate catastrophe.
2023 and early 2024, we took a look at 2 major reports published by an organisation called the Institute and Faculty of Actuaries, or IFOA. Actuaries are the number crunchers who sit in the back rooms of banks, insurance companies and large corporations with the specific role of financial risk management. In other words, their job is to work out all the global economic, political, social and environmental impact.
Okay, how is this? How did this particular aspect of corporate long-term planning impact environmental change in the past? Test by Hugo. Chat, come on. This is a pop quiz. Pop quiz. Pop quiz. Pop quiz. Pop quiz. Let me help you. Only one tip. Who was the first one to basically figure out that fossil fuels were causing climate change? One of the first major organizations, arguably the first one, to figure out what fossil fuels were doing. ExxonMobil, exactly. Their risk management department. The fossil fuel industry was the first one to figure out what fossil fuels were doing. Okay? Very good. You get an A, 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 okay? And all of your subscribers as well. That's how I fucking like you. All of you get A's. Very good. Now, we got a different type of risk management, but this time coming from financial capital, trying to figure out what the hell to do when the heli boats are sinking in the heli sea. You gave me an A, take that, mom and dad. Absolutely, I'm more important than your mom and dad. I am a man on the internet.
Packs.
That is the most important category in the world.
Could hit us in the future. Calculate which of those impacts might potentially bankrupt their companies. and recommend what those organisations should be doing to avoid that extremely undesirable eventuality. In January 2025, the IFOA published a third paper consolidating the findings from the previous 2 publications and proposing a set of urgent actions for policymakers. Now, this is a UK organisation, so I guess if you were a company CEO somewhere else in the world, like North America for example, you might be tempted to take the findings of these British risk managers with a large pinch of salt and get on with your day regardless. JP Morgan Chase isn't a UK organisation though, is it? It's very definitely an American organisation, an American bank in fact. An American bank that, according to Forbes, is now the largest bank in the world. And
why the fuck are the Brit cucks immediately starting the video and in the first 1 minute and 20 seconds are like, Americans are the most important ones. We gotta make sure that the Americans know that this video is also for them. Yo guys, look, this video is also for you guys, okay? It doesn't just apply to the British Isle. It applies to the planet, guys. Please, Americans, watch my video. I know I'm overdoing it, but come on, Jesus Christ.
An American bank which, according to its CEO Jamie Dimon, trades $3 trillion of US bonds and moves $10 trillion in money every single day. An American bank that since 2021 has invested almost $200 billion into the fossil fuel industry. An American bank that could hardly be described as an ardent flag bearer for climate action. Despite all that, in early 2025, JP Morgan...
There's absolutely nothing new there. Every single large corporate enterprise understands how class works, understands how anti-capitalist rhetoric works, understands how environmental catastrophe works, understands how civil wars work, understands how imperial and colonial resource extraction works. All of the people in the larger executive, but more importantly, not always in the executive, but in the expert branches of some of the world's largest corporations, are deeply in tune with all of the world's inadequacies, okay? All of the inadequacies of capitalism, all of the inadequacies of a unipolar world, all of the inadequacies of resource extraction, large-scale exploitation, and so on. These are not people operating from a standpoint of ignorance. Quite to the contrary. They study their enemy, they understand their enemy, and that is why they are so supremely good at countering them properly. Just in their life decisions, they had 2 paths. Broke as fuck, but being able to sleep at night, or rich as fuck and crying in their Lambo. And they are crying in their Lambos, okay? They just chose to work for the man and continue the system on its downward spiral as it is now. Some of them very consciously have dedicated themselves to this path. A lot of the other ones, Zen, absolutely, like the video earlier, but other ones have lied to themselves that, their contribution is not that large, they are not committing, they're not the man or helping the man out. They are simply also results of their own predicament and all sorts of other types of excuses, okay? It's all cope. That is cope. The other one, the copesters, I do not respect. The other one is an enemy worthy of respect because he is a cartoon villain, and I prefer fighting a cartoon villain than somebody who lies to themselves that they're zen as fuck, okay? Okay, let's continue.
Chase published its own analysis, highlighting many of the same impending climate impacts as its British...
The final advance in climate science arrived in 1896 when the Swedish physicist Svante Arrhenius created what was, in effect, the first model of climate change. Yeah, I completely believe you.
His counterpart.
Yeah, you even gave me a source.
The striking difference, though, is in how these 2 organisations are proposing the world should respond to those challenges. So who's on the right track, then? Hello, and welcome to Just Have a Think. Now, before we get into the weeds, I've got a big favour to ask of you. As many of you already know, I operate entirely as a one-man band here at the Just Have a Think channel. I research, write, film, animate and edit all the videos myself from start to finish, which can be a 50 to 60 hour working week. I love it though, don't get me wrong, and I wouldn't want to be doing anything else. But getting noticed by the YouTube algorithm without the big marketing teams that some other channels have access to can be a real struggle. And with seismic global geopolitical events going on relentlessly.
Big marketing teams? What the hell? There's channels that have big marketing teams. What? Oh my God! Astro J, would thank you, Astro J, for helping contribute to
Crazy hamburger! Crazy hamburger!
Wealthy hamburger for me being able to afford a whole marketing team. Okay. An entire marketing team. Thank you for contributing it to me, okay? Critical support for the balls. Thank you, Astro J. Everybody say thank you, Astro J. If more people subscribe like Astro J right now, okay? I might be able to hire some of chat to be part of my marketing team. Okay, we're gonna make a marketing team, but all of chat is going to be paid $1 a day, and I'm going to have 1,000 marketing people, which is basically gonna be a bot farm. You guys run around and just spam my links everywhere, so it would be sick as fuck. So subscribe if you want Yugopnik at some point to have a marketing team. Unironically though, if we ever reach 3K, and Toasty Android gets to be my agent, which would indirectly be my marketing team. I mean, I do know a YouTube analyst. What the hell? Jesus Christ. You know a fake person, okay? A YouTube analyst. Is that a job? Come on. I'm a YouTuber, podcaster, and fucking Twitch streamer. And I am calling so-called YouTube analysts to be a category that doesn't exist, okay? Don't worry, bro, already on it. Let's fucking go. Subscribe then. YouTube analyst is wild.
In the past few months.
I am a YouTuber and I'm saying YouTube analysts don't exist. It's an analyst with YouTube experience. So I'm a YouTube analyst.
Videos about the climate emergency.
Next time somebody asks me what do, I'm not going to say I'm a Twitch streamer. I'm going to say I'm an analyst. Going to return me to the class I once was given as a corporate shell. Let's get back to what bankers think is going to happen to the climate and what they're going to be doing to address it. And in the meanwhile, I'm going to be forming my own marketing team for every single subscription that you guys send my way.
Events going on relentlessly.
Watch YouTube videos all day.
Past few months. Videos about the climate emergency and
By the way, you know how many words I am 13 pages into the script for my new video that I'm doing with WowMow. It is 90% done. It's the video about the history of all slurs ever. And it's just going to be 50 slurs, but still. 12 pages. The history of all slurs ever. It's pretty huge. And you got him through 13 pages. No, I'm writing everything. I'm writing the whole thing. He's gonna edit it. You do have a marketing team. JD's curls and Hakeem's sexy voice. Oh yeah, baby, yeah, baby. Bro is analyzing YouTube so much with WowMow analyst. Monolist.
It's going on relentlessly in the past few months. Videos about the climate emergency and sustainable technology have dropped way down the YouTube recommendations pecking order. And that's where you come in.
Wait, what?
Way down. The videos about the climate emergency and sustainable technology have dropped way down the YouTube recommendations pecking order. And that's where you come in. You see, the YouTube algorithm is massively driven by the number of subscribers. And about 70% of you folks watching today have not yet chosen to subscribe to the Just Have a Think channel. Subscribing is completely free, doesn't commit you to anything at all, and it won't mean your inbox suddenly gets flooded with daily spam messages from me. That's not my style, and to be honest, I wouldn't have the time anyway. So clicking on the subscribe button is simply a very kind gesture of support for the work I do here. And it really does help to persuade YouTube's AI software to offer my videos to a wider audience. It'd be really amazing if you felt you could do that. And if you select all notifications from the drop-down box as well, then every Sunday you'll get my latest video in your YouTube recommendations. And of course, if you do decide to subscribe, you would have my eternal gratitude.
Mods, what am I not paying you for? Why are you not doing your fucking job? Why is the link not pinned? Why link not pinned? Am I supposed to take out the whip? Am I supposed to start whipping? And not in a horny way, just in a very aggressive, borderline slavery reminding fucking controversial way?
Attitude.
There you go. Link is pinned if you choose to subscribe to this chill dude.
Right, let's get back to JP Morgan Chase then. In October 2024...
The mods will unionize. Police cannot form a union, okay? They are not workers. I'm kidding. Mods are not cops.
Right, let's get back to JP Morgan Chase then. In October 2024, JP Morgan Chase hired the chief scientist of the US National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA. Her name is Dr. Sarah Kapnick, and her new title at the bank is Global Head of Climate Advisory. The data in this...
There you go. This is the type of people I was talking about. This one look at her face. This one copes, okay? This one likes the paycheck, but is doing the cope. This one didn't say, I'm going full corpo. Cyberpunk style. This one said, oh, I can probably do a lot more for the climate from a private institution that has a lot of capital or something, and then moved in, right? That's what I was saying before. They hired the biggest experts on all of these fucking topics, and then they use them as guns and direct them straight against said very real problem before it comes to bite them in the ass. They pacify a problem before it reaches them.
And her new title at the bank is...
Shall we unionize and we have demands. Do not listen to Barry Balls, okay? Barry Balls is the largest gifter in chat. He is the representation of the 0.1% of chatters. If he is directing you against me, it's like, I don't know, a Nazi directing you against a monarch. Monarchs are pretty bad, but Nazis are worse. So be very suspicious of Barry Balls talking about unionization, okay?
Global Head of Climate Advisory. The data in this latest report, published under the banner of Climate Intuition, is therefore largely a result of Dr. Kapnick's work. So unlike the majority of the current US administration, there is no argument from JP Morgan Chase about the reality of climate change or the causes of atmospheric warming. Population growth, fossil fuel production and agricultural productivity have persistently risen over the last century, the report tells us. And it clarifies that one of the simplest measures of climate change is annual global temperatures. Observed temperatures were long within a steady range over time, the report says, but only in the last 1 to 2 decades does that range of temperature observed fall well outside that historic range.
Oh my God.
All the charts they provide us with are...
Are we surprised, chat? Holy shit, the banks are confirming climate change is real, and it's been increasing in the last 2 decades, which implies that it is man-made.
Marching relentlessly in the same upward direction, whether it's population growth, global oil production, gross domestic product, agricultural production, greenhouse gas emissions, or global temperatures. And just to clarify those last 2 data sets, in 2023, the world recorded the warmest year on record, with a 12-month average of 1.46 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. That record year was immediately surpassed in 2024 when we hit 1.54 degrees Celsius.
Remember when they told us that's just a coincidence, and then next year it was surpassed? I loved that was incredibly karmic.
Of warming. And even though the rate of change has slowed a little in 2025, according to the UK Met Office, the world...
Yo, chat, we're trying to talk about real things, okay? Environmental disaster here. Stop unionizing against me. After we deal with climate change, you can unionize against me, okay? Up until then, I want subscription numbers going up. Trust me, the wealthier the chat, the streamer, the wealthier the chatter. The more subscriptions I have, the less ads will trickle down upon you. You shall be free to enjoy content without any stoppage. Trickle-down economics truly works here on Twitch. Understood?
It is still on track to exceed.
So stop before you hurt yourself. We must unleash the bull of Twitch, Yugopnik. He must have 100 out of 100 reached for his daily subscriber count, and privilege are trickle down even to the lowliest of chatter, but of course only the lowliest of subscriber chatter. The lumpen proletarians that are not subscribed will be the chatter class that I will direct subscriber chatters against, initiating civil war, which would allow me to remain as monarch of my own platform. That is how reactionary politics works, applied to a fucking Twitch stream.
Exceed the famous Paris Climate Accord target of 1.5 degrees in most of the coming 5 years. And those greenhouse gas emissions that we're constantly being told we need to start rapidly reducing, well, they just keep going up as well. In April 2025, atmospheric CO2 concentrations hit 430 parts per million, a level not seen on this planet since the Pliocene era about 3 million years ago, when we humans weren't around to witness it. Anyway, back to our friends at JP Morgan Chase. They help us understand one of the impacts of a changing climate with this little graphic showing how the probability of heat waves shifts with rising temperatures. That's not dissimilar to this graphic from the second IFOA report entitled Climate Scorpion, showing how the probability of severe flooding has also shifted over time. So-called black swan events that were regarded as vanishingly unlikely back in 1980 are now slap bang in the middle of the 2030 probability curve, and the new black swans carry a level of catastrophic consequence that would have been simply unthinkable just 40 odd years ago.
There you go.
But here's where we start getting the first hints of divergence between the JP Morgan Chase report and the IFOA report. The takeaway from the JP Morgan temperature chart says this: global emissions are still growing following scenarios to temperatures above 2C, not declining. A 1.5C global temperature milestone has been reached. A linear trend line from 1950 projects global temperatures above 1.5C by the 2040s. But according to just about every notable climate scientist that I've been listening to for the last 8 years or so, projecting a linear or straight line path of temperature changes into the future is a very unwise thing to do indeed. Take this chart, for example, from the IFOA Climate Scorpion report. What this is showing is the range and likelihood of atmospheric temperature changes going all the way up to 10 degrees Celsius in the very most pessimistic scenario. And by the way, just to give you a bit of relative perspective on that, it was a temperature increase of just 5 degrees Celsius that provided enough energy to shift our entire planet out of the last ice age and into the Holocene period that we humans have enjoyed for the last 10,000 years or so. Here's climate scientist Johan Rockström speaking at a recent TED Talk.
And we've had a 10,000-year period where our civilizations have developed, where we've had an enormous privilege of a planet at 14 degrees Celsius plus minus 0.5 degrees Celsius. That's the Holocene since we left the last ice age. And if you look 3 million years back, we never exceeded 2 degrees Celsius. That's the warmest temperature on Earth during the entire Quaternary. The coldest point, minus 5 degrees Celsius, ice age. I call this the corridor of life.
Even the JP Morgan Chase report has to concede that the combined stated climate policies of all the world's nations, if implemented in full, are projected to take us to 2.7 degrees Celsius in the next 70 years. But just resting on that assumption and advocating for a stronger adaptation policy is not really good enough for properly responsible professional financial risk managers. They need to tell their paymasters what could happen if the brown stuff really hit the fan, not what the average or median projections are. Otherwise, they leave themselves wide open to a very nasty surprise indeed. So while the IFOA chart shows us that 2.7 degrees is indeed the most statistically probable outcome of current policy, it also shows us plenty of lines that surpass that mark. And they tell us this: Focusing on the most likely outcomes under climate change lulls us into a false sense of security, since there is still an uncomfortably high probability of an equilibrium climate sensitivity, or ECS, of 5 degrees C or higher. Under the latest IPCC estimates, there's an 18% chance of ECS being greater than 4.5 degrees Celsius. This equates to an almost 20% chance, which is a higher chance of failure than in a game of Russian roulette. And of course, this divergence between the two reports really matters, because projections of future warming directly influence the decisions made on what to do about it. Here's the last paragraph of the JP Morgan Chase report. While navigating the complexities of climate change, it's imperative to develop your climate intuition. In this series, we will first dive into how climate change is becoming a variable but predictable cost by looking at insurance markets. In response, we'll explore how
While navigating the complexities of climate change, it is imperative to develop your climate intuition. In this series, we will first dive into how climate change is becoming a variable but predictable cost by looking at, for example, insurance markets. It's like, guys, we got to sit down and finally talk about this climate change shit. Smoking a cigar, drinking a cognac. Why, Jimmy? Why the fuck do we care about what the fucking peasants are gonna be doing living next to the swamps or whatever shit? Because when the peasants start fucking dying off, and when we have massive fucking civil wars induced by people moving from countries, nations, and areas that are no longer habitable, all this shit's gonna explode and break. Why the fuck do we give a shit, I ask you for a second time, Jimmy? Because a lot of those people are going to be insured, for example. We're going to lose a lot of money on insurance. Well, fuck, Jimmy. Now you're speaking money. Okay, let's hire a bunch of doctors to tell us what to do. Like, this is literally this. They're like, what is it going to do for the bottom line? What the hell is it going to do to our bottom line? These men are this is Fallout New Vegas. This is Fallout 3. This is the Fallout universe. These people are Vault-Tec, okay? I always found Vault-Tec to be like a relatively badly written corporation, because I'm like, okay, you're in it for the money, but the world is going to explode in nuclear holocaust. Like, the markets are not going to be the same afterwards. What fucking money? Yet now we are looking at literal banks discussing borderline apocalyptic changes in our climate and asking only one question. What is it going to do to our bottom line? Okay? Am I contextualizing this well enough for you, chat? So yes, Fallout, as always, is proven correct. Vault-Tec is indeed a realistic corporation.
Adaptive action can be taken to live with present and future climate change. With the new administration in the US, we'll explore national security issues of energy independence in a changing climate. That represents a clear focus on accepting what's coming, finding ways to adapt to it to keep yourself and your clients safe, and looking for ways to exploit the perceived economic opportunities that could bubble up as a result. JP Morgan Chase, alongside all these other large banks, has now withdrawn from the Net Zero Banking Alliance that was set up at COP26 in Glasgow in 2021. And all those banks are now actively pursuing new oil and gas investment opportunities under the protective wing of a presidential climate denier.
There we go. Literal species traders. These are traders to their species. Traders to their blood. To unironically their blood and soil, but not in a racialized category, but a species category. The one prime imperative. Protect and procreate. the market economy has denied to us. Protect and procreate. The market economy has denied us. That's why I keep repeating that it is a rogue code, and that even humans in the highest strata, of capitalist enterprise don't hold the reins anymore. Okay? This system is so intense that it will motivate a species to abandon a cause of protecting their own existence, their own planet, their own home. For what? For a line go up. But line go up when? Line go up doesn't go up above your grave, you dead motherfucker.
Here's JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon at the recent Reagan National Economic Forum giving his view on Joe Biden's Inflation Reduction Act.
You know, the Biden administration is giving all its money to EVs and cars and wasting a lot of money on green stuff, which isn't going to work.
Morgan Stanley Bank quietly mentions a 3 degrees Celsius world in a recent report to its clients on the air conditioning market, concluding that this warming bonanza could more than double the growth rate of the cooling market from 3% to 7% a year. And of course,
there you go. Literal species treason.
We've all heard about the scramble to exploit the vast mineral riches up in the Arctic, now that all the sea ice is disappearing and the permafrost is thawing.
Oh, we have a video on this over on First Thought. Of course, we would just always make videos before anybody else on topics, and then they become viral like 5 months afterwards. Can't wait for World War III for the Arctic.
Going out to allow access to this previously inaccessible bounty. But according
to... So just gambling with our lives? Not even that. They see potential increasing profit rates from climate change. Okay? They think number is going to go up from climate change. So they're actively supporting it.
To the Institute and Faculty
of... I think you'd like Andor. I watched Andor, of course.
Actuaries, all those strategies are extremely short-term, hopelessly blinkered, and dangerously irresponsible. They argue that too many financial institutions are predicting a continually growing global economy, even in a so-called hothouse world scenario, because they've calculated climate damages as discrete individual events rather than cascading catastrophes that have a compound effect. So they've come up with a cost of climate damage that is lower than their economic growth projection.
Exactly what I just said earlier. Holy fucking shit. Thank you, Gabriel, for showing us this video. This contextualizes this even better. What we've always feared, this contextualizes really well. Because everybody keeps asking, are the billionaires fucking idiots? Like, aren't they thinking about their grandchildren? To an extent, they are. They just think that their grandchildren are going to be much better off if your grandchildren end up fucking suffocating from CO2 exposure. From high levels of fucking smog density in whatever fucking shithole they end up being born in. Financial capital in particular, aka these banks, are realizing that long-term, I don't think long-term, but definitely short-term, there are going to be very feasible capital growth opportunities from an apocalypse. Not an immediate apocalypse, as Anne said earlier, but a steady developing one. That is why they're pulling out. Because they've calculated, in contrast to the potential social fallout, haha, I said fallout, of not being active environmentalists, the potential economic and social fallout of not being active environmentalists is going to be massively outweighed by the capital they will be able to generate through the changing landscape of our planet thanks to climate change. Now that is a very, very interesting thing we learned today, chat. Very, very interesting thing. Exceptionally mask off, okay? Because up until now, you need to understand, the crux of the analysis up to this point, it was the market's inability to adapt to climate change. Let me repeat myself. The criticism of the market up until now was the market's inability to adapt to climate change, okay? Climate change is happening. Everybody knows it. But the market, in its pursuit of eternal growth, cannot factor in climate change, right? Cannot factor in environmental damage. Well, now it's factoring it in. It is factoring it in. And when it is factoring it in, you know what's coming out on the other end? It's factoring it in, chat. What is coming out on the other end? That they can make more money if it happens. This is unironically a change in the standard socialist analysis of the classic socialist analysis of why capitalism is leading to climate change. Let me repeat myself. This is unironically pretty monumental. It is no longer the belief that a profit-motivated market economy cannot adapt to environmental disaster. We now know that the profit-led market economy actively motivates climate change due to potential unrealized capital gains that can be yielded from a changing climate, changing planet. That is wild. That is unironically a shift in theory. They've gone from denying it to embracing it. Yes, this is monumental. I'm not kidding. This is monumental. This is a change in standard Marxian analysis of this particular issue. I'm beyond shook. I'm still processing this. My reaction to what Hugo is saying. What is this, my friend?
Ready to fuck some shit up?
Got a doll baby, I love her so. Nothing else like her anywhere you go.
The saddest part is the apocalypse isn't going to be even fun like this.
A man, she, anything but calm. Regular pint size atom bomb. Atom bomb, baby, little atom bomb. I want her in my wigwam. She's just the way I want her to be. A million times hotter than TNT.
I'll make my fun. Oh, we're definitely taking them with us, if you know what I mean, my friend. Anyways, enjoy the beat. I'm gonna get myself some more orange juice. The banks are investing in climate change. A reminder to invest in anti-climate change rhetoric. Subscribe to the show and avoid the ad that is currently playing. Thank you for your consideration. I'm leaving you for 2 minutes with clips of your future, unless you subscribe now. Holy fuck, that ad pitch was kind of disgusting and unethical. But still, do it.
Atom bomb baby, loaded with power. A radioactive at TV tower. A nuclear fission in her soul. Loves with the electronic control. Atom bomb baby, little atom bomb. I want her in my wigwam. She's just the way I want her to be. A million times hotter than TNT. Atom bomb baby, boy she can start one of those chain reactions in my heart. A big explosion, big and loud, like a tree right up on a cloud. Atom bomb baby, little atom bomb. I want her in my wigwam. She's just the way I want her to be. A million times hotter than TNT. Atom bomb baby, sweet as a plum, carries more water than uranium. When she kisses, there's no hitch. 0 hour, she turns on the switch. Atom bomb baby, atom bomb, I want her.
Ironically, a nuclear apocalypse is preferable to an environmental apocalypse, because in a nuclear apocalypse, it would be our species annihilating ourselves. We would be going out, okay? We would be going out the way we want to go out. Environmental catastrophe is just literally the profit incentive code taking us out. A man-made system contributing to our own demise. And a very lazy, cheap, stupid system, I might add. So yes, nuclear apocalypse over climate apocalypse any day of the week. The irony, though, is that the climate apocalypse eventually leads to resource wars, which eventually, arguably, always leads to nuclear apocalypse. So it would still be this man-made system we call capitalism that ends up doing us in. Oh, today is such a hope-pilled stream, isn't it, chat?
She's just the way I want her to be. A million times hotter than TNT.
It's good to be back.
It's good to be back. Very good to be back. Ich bin zurück, mein Freund. Wie geht's? Wie geht's? Crazy good video. Like, just wow. Unironic wow. The standard Marxian analysis of capitalism's intersection with environmental disaster just literally, at least in my mind, changed right now. Literally changed right now. I underestimated the extent to which the market's greed can go to. I underestimated it because I did not believe it could ever unironically say, but what if apocalypse make a line go up? Which two of the world's biggest banks have just done. What if apocalypse make line go up?
Tactical nuke! Projections, and they've concluded that everything will be okay. That, according to the IFOA, is in direct conflict with scientific projections of significantly reduced human habitability from climate change. The risk of planetary insolvency looms unless we act decisively, the report tells us. Without immediate policy action to change course, catastrophic or extreme impacts are eminently plausible, which could threaten future prosperity. To give an idea of the size of the disparity between market-driven capitalists who are apparently only reading the data that suits their investment strategies, from direct conflict with scientific projections of significantly reduced...
There you go, the scientific analysis versus the capitalist analysis, as this lovely gentleman also points out.
Which could threaten future prosperity. To give an idea of the size of the disparity between market-driven...
But what if everyone dies, they get all their stuff? It's basically the thinking. It literally is. It's even more unhinged than that. It's like, what if snow melt and under snow epic dinosaur bones that we sell on market for big money? What if weather go up? Like, the joke was always, people hear 3 degrees Celsius increase in temperature and think that's not a biggie. They'll just increase their air conditioning systems by 3 degrees and it's all going to be fine. That is unironically what the CEO of JP Morgan believes. He says, because of climate change, we will be able to make a lot more money from companies that produce air conditioning. That's what they said 10 minutes ago in the video. We will be able to make a lot more money from air conditioning. This is literally what he said. Oh my God.
Capitalists who are apparently only reading the data that suits their investment strategies, and impartial, hard-nosed financial risk assessors, many of whom have to underwrite multi-billion-dollar insurance risks. Here's a statistic for projected global GDP loss from the IFOA report that really should put a chill down the spine of those money-driven entrepreneurs. The orange line shows a global GDP loss projection based on research available when the organisation was founded. That research has already been superseded by updated numbers based on real-world extreme weather events in the intervening years. That's the difference between 5% of global GDP lost by 2050 and 50%.
This is relatively problematic because I think the developing world is going to be the one doing the loss of GDP. So globally, yeah. But if you segment them, the G7, the G8, the G700, or whatever the fuck, then I think the fluctuation of GDP is going to be slightly different.
15% lost. The authors of the later data set state that these damages already outweigh the mitigation costs required to limit global warming to 2 degrees C.
But still, present this data like this. I'm super supportive of it because it might motivate the capitalist psychopath to actually consider a path that does not involve complete climate disaster, because, he might realize, oh my God, it might actually impede on my profit margin.
That's to say it will be overwhelmingly positive economically to limit global warming. And if you overlay the range of uncertainty, which is this grey area, you get a worst case scenario of a 25% GDP loss by mid-century and no less than half the global economy up in smoke by 2100. That is more or less the end of civilization as we know it. Despite that data...
But have you considered how many guns and planes and automated turrets we will be able to buy, manufacture, and place on the borders of countries that are not going to be as impacted by weather conditions as the other ones? Ha 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 ha. Stupid liberals.
The IFOA explains that some policymakers are still using old data from this book written by 2 university professors way back in the year 2000, which suggests an almost negligible impact of only 2% GDP loss by the end of this century, even at 3 degrees Celsius of warming. According to the IFOA, that means policymakers using these older model outputs may be accepting far higher levels of risk than they realise. The approach that the IFOA is advocating for still has the economy at its centre, but also factors in societal and biosphere impacts. It should be risk-led, accept the primacy of our Earth systems, be systematic and based on the latest science. It should very definitely be non-linear, factoring in all the known tipping point risks, and it should be collaborative across disciplines to achieve effective governance and reporting, all of which just happens to give you the snappy acronym of resilience. Will that happen in our current entirely self-inflicted global kerfuffle? Seems unlikely, doesn't it? But that's the choice. Act now and act decisively, or wait for nature to make the decisions for us. Personally, I definitely prefer option 1. But no doubt you've got your own view, and if you're keen to express that view right now...
Put it in the comments. You got a link in the description. Go subscribe to the chat. Pretty interesting. Attempts to be unbiased and so on, but interesting. Let's get back to the news. Sorry, I'm shook by the bank analysis. I'm unironically shook. Motherfuckers be like, profit margins are gonna increase due to climate change, so let's fucking do it. I'm a fucking professional communist, and the depravity surprises even me.
It's the week that we were warning you all about. Well, let's focus then on what the latest...
Donald Trump delays higher tariffs, but announces new taxes for some countries, including a few Balkan countries, which was wild.
Is from Donald Trump, who signed an...
I think Serbia got like a 35% or some shit. Even though realistic tariffs on the United States from Serbia are something like 7-8%. Serbia got hit with that chunky 35.
Executive order delaying his so-called Liberation Day tariffs once again until the start of next month. So letters have been sent to several major trading partners confirming the new levies will kick.
My boy is doing fucking major cope, bro. Getting cuckolded hard by Xi Jinping himself. He's sitting there with his dick in his hand, and he's like, guys, we're still negotiating, but look, I am still very tough on countries. Look, 10 new tariffs. 10 new tariffs on 10 more countries.
In on August the 1st. More are expected for countries who fail to agree a trade deal with the US. So let's have a look at some of the new tariffs that were announced this week. So the US has said it's planning to impose a new 25% tariff on products entering the country from South Korea.
Fuck our allies, fuck everybody.
Korea and Japan.
Are we winning yet, boys?
Japan sent almost $150 billion in goods to the US last year, making it America's 5th biggest supplier of imports. South Korea was also in the top 10. Trump also set out plans for a 40% tariff on goods from Myanmar and Laos and 35% on goods from Bangladesh. Meanwhile, South Africa found out it will receive a 30% tariff from the 1st of August. With the latest, here's our North America business correspondent, Michelle Fleury.
The president has again delayed the imposition of the so-called reciprocal tariffs that he first announced on April 2nd.
We have these beautiful letters.
The letters he sent to Japan, South Korea, Malaysia and others described the US's commitment to what he called a great trading relationship, but said that the new tariff rates were necessary to address the US's trade deficits with those countries. All new tariff rates will apparently now go into effect on August 1st, but Mr. Trump also issued a threat to further increase tariffs on countries which aligned themselves with what he claimed were the anti-American policies of the BRICS group of developing nations. So that's Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa and 5 others, currently all meeting in Brazil. Speaking in Rio, Brazil's president responded angrily to Mr. Trump's threat.
No queremos. Imperador.
So we don't want an emperor. Our countries are sovereign. If Trump issues tariffs, other countries...
Oh, my guy said no kings. Oh!
...have the right to do the same. There is the reciprocity law. I think it's not...
This country is so dumb. No, it's not. Did you see the beautiful letter? Do you see the beautiful letter it sent?
...responsible for a president from a country like the United States to threaten the world with tariffs on social media. Honestly, there are other...
No. Come on, my Sotsdem friend. Come on. That is the one positive thing about Trump. He is elevating the status of social media content creators. He is the first president content creator, okay? He does not issue world-changing policies via simple speeches in Congress. He does not start or end wars by going in front of the masses and speaking at a massive rally. No, he posts. My president. My content creator poster president, please.
The forums for the president of a country the size of the United States to talk to other countries.
Even by the standards of the second Trump administration,
Thank you,
it's been a turbulent 24 hours for global trading relations, with more uncertainty ahead.
Michelle Fleury there. Well, for more, I spoke to Carl Handley, who's Professor of Economics at the University of California, San Diego. I asked him whether this is all about the negotiation.
Yes, definitely. And I think that's what's going on here. They need more time because they haven't got what they wanted, and I'm not sure they will.
And what does that say? Because this deadline, July 9th, has been looming large for, 3 months pretty much, and yet they haven't got the deals done yet.
It means nothing because Trump's electoral body are literal fucking troglodytes, okay? Trump will deport their wives. They will be like, man, I still support my president. Trump will increase... Trump will lower their access to public goods, including healthcare and education, and roads and stupid, all of that shit. And they will say, my president. So Trump will fail massively when it comes to this tariff policy. And they will still say, what? My president, okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think they have turned back the clock significantly on a lot of the trade concessions that the U.S. has negotiated with these countries over the course of 40 or 50 years, and then want them to come back to the table with more, where the U.S. is kind of committed to keep its own tariffs at a minimum of 10%. And it's just not obvious that there's much that some of these countries like Japan and Korea, who already have a trade agreement with the United States, can give. And so I think they've run into that, and they've basically run out of time. It was rather preposterous that they were going to conclude 90-some deals in 90 days in the first place.
But if you listen to Scott Bessent and others, they're saying that the phone lines are ringing hot. All leaders are wanting to cut a deal prior to this new deadline, August 1st. So what can we expect, do you think? I mean, some trading partners like the European Union, which is one of the biggest, is still yet to cut a deal.
Yeah, so I think...
Oh, wait, what the hell? Why not chatter say this happening? Why not chatter say this happening, okay? I must be in the deep with greatest events happening on the Twitches, okay? I must be watching live another person doing live. Hasanabi apparently on majority.
That's what I'm saying.
Majority report Hasanabi. Oh, блядь, шо кой курац? Okay, we watch a stream on stream. Oh my god, I've never done this before. How do you even do this? You just watch and I scream over it? Is that how you do it? Wait a minute, right. Hasanabi on what on majority report. Let's do a streamception. Streamaception. 1 second. Let's see what this does to my algorithm. That's gonna be interesting. Okay.
Dang,
Yeah.
did you see that? That made me so jealous. And I just got back.
Slightly.
Like 2012?
Yeah, 2014, I
Yeah.
think. Or right when we had actually set this up, right before COVID, I was ready to take the next step, but we were going to be able to, that was all going to be background.
Just say yeah base sometimes. Let's see how many subscriptions I get for watching another stream and saying yeah base from time to time. Chat, tell me if I'm doing well as a professional reactor.
Sticking
Reactoid.
on the back of these IKEA things. And so
But it's very lucky that Hassan is here on the day that the toilet's working, because that's not always the case.
sometimes we have water get shut off quite a bit in this building. All right,
That's
so
Not as glamorous as it appears.
last time, the near miss, we were going to come in for the
I'm not even gonna say anything. I'm just gonna press my buttons.
victory party.
Yeah.
And you were confident about that.
I was not confident about it. I will admit that I was I didn't think that the margin of success would be so vast in the first round.
Right.
Like in the
Me
but
neither.
I didn't even think that it was like a definite given 100% victory. Like I knew that the campaign was vast, you know, tremendous amount of groundwork, policies are good, but I've seen it fail too many times due to, you know, media intervention, due to people just not having confidence, not having enough name recognition for a progressive candidate, that I still was
talking about Zohran, right?
Allow myself to
based.
Incredibly sad, just as I did after Super Tuesday,
Right.
when, you know.
Well, let's do a drinking game. Come on, give me ideas for a drinking game. Give me ideas for a drinking game while watching basically TV with you guys.
And the fact that
Shobля, what the fuck? Did it cut out? What? Streamed 1 hour ago? What? You just did. No. Okay, we're back.
tiers and the matching campaign finance system here in New York, which I feel like LA could really benefit from. That maybe is something that.
And ranked choice voting, too.
Yes.
It's
It
too
was
much
huge.
democracy, though. We don't like that.
And then the AOC endorsement was perfectly timed.
Yeah.
The
He's sleepy. He's very sleepy.
The ranked
Based.
choice voting, it seems to me, can cut both ways. But when people figured out, I mean, like, and I think this is sort of the underreported story about how AOC.
Every time Hassan speaks, you should drink.
Endorsing until you guys figure
Let's
out.
go, Juro! Okay, let's fucking go. Every time somebody subscribes, I'm going to drink. And every time Hassan speaks, I'm going to
I
drink.
think it was hard for
So
him to
this is
do.
for Juro.
Yeah.
But I think
Drink orange juice, by the way. That's Juice, Twitch moderator. Thank you, Juro.
he's been paid dividends, huge dividends. The amount of goodwill towards him right
Thank you,
now,
Ann!
He could basically do what
True
he wants
motherfucking true.
politically. In
If
the event that,
AOC runs for president and doesn't run for Chuck Schumer's Senate seat,
We're gonna run out
Brad
of
Lander
drinks
could be
very
the person
quickly.
That takes Chuck Schumer's Senate seat.
it's not inconceivable.
Every
And
time Sam
the,
goes, oh, that's not a bad idea.
And I think like that gives a proof of concept.
Every time they
for
say
other
AOC, no,
places,
that's
to
too
do
easy.
this. I mean, the ranked choice voting bit us in the ass, I think, back in 2021, whenever it was the Adams race.
Yeah.
And now we see the difference. But here is
It could be every time Hassan says, yeah, Yeah. He always says, yeah. Every time Hassan says, yeah, I'm going to drink, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go! Fuck, there you go!
We don't know what the ad was going to be, but they ended up basically
There you go,
putting
there you
together a
go.
compilation of their attempts. And it is really incredible.
That was cinema.
The feeling of enthusiasm that is in New York. Like, on that day, day after the election, when I walked to work, I got stopped by 3 people who were just excited to talk about Mondani.
All right, that's the than a tourist walks to Midtown. Okay, you want a photo, brother? Yeah. Yeah, let's take this. Yes, that's me.
My digital jihadi candidate. My digital jihadi
Yeah,
candidate.
we can take one.
Digital jihad. Digital jihad. Digital
Thank you
jihad.
so much. Thank you. We're on our way. Thank you. Yeah, no worries. Thank you. How's it going, guys?
Crazy hamburger! Crazy hamburger!
You gotta catch up to me over here. How you doing, brother? Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you, my man. I appreciate
I just
it.
drank
Thank
without
you.
any of this shit happening.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, Assalamu alaikum. How are you? Ready? Okay. I think she's coming.
This guy's winning. You do know that. And I hope he has. I already posted about this on X. I unironically hope he has like a really, 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 really good fucking security team with him that he hires. He should not cheap out on his security team. I'm not tinfoil hat momenting this. America's the #1 place where they just kill fucking socialist candidates that have a chance of winning. They just kill them.
Shout out to Donald, who I'd worked with before, who is the director for ZOHRAN's video team.
Shit.
And I just feel like it's good that you're seeing already Democrats copy this style across the country. Even in this race, they were copying the style. On social
Thank
media.
you, add-on, very much.
It's impressive.
Which is a drink.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the level of fun associated with the campaign contrasts so desperately, it's so distinctly from the other candidates in the race.
Cuomo was like, yeah, it was built on darkness and like these, like the anti-Semitism stuff. It was,
defending the nation state of Israel, the most moral country on the planet. Who, I don't know why people don't talk about this enough. Andrew Cuomo is a part of the ICC legal team for Benjamin Netanyahu, which I always thought was so fascinating, so strange that like the media didn't even hyper focus on that one bit.
They barely mentioned it.
Yeah, that is like way more of a prominent fixture of what Andrew Cuomo is than the associations that the media was trying to desperately make with ZOHRAN and his campaign about Israel. Like he never made Israel the centerpiece.
Hugo, I'm not drinking on today's stream. Also, Hugo, whenever Hassan says, yeah, I'm going to drink. Thank you, Toasty. That's another drink.
What they needed.
Every subscription and every yeah.
necessities were, how to improve their lives. And he dialed in on a couple.
By the way, eventually they're going to try and kill Hassan as well.
And he was able to communicate that
in 5 years, they're going to be trying to kill Hassan.
Like, well, you don't really love
on
Israel,
Hando
enough, but it wasn't him who made it a centerpiece of his campaign, and I think that played a big role in this as well.
I mean, there's these assumptions about Jewish voters that I think
Matching
a lot
is just
of
with
people
Zaza.
in the
Let's
national
go,
press- I
chat.
saw this
Degenerates in
tweet
chat.
the
Let's
other night
go.
about the
Proud
Netanyahu
degeneranti.
volunteering his services after Israel had already clearly been committing genocide.
It's getting quite mainstream.
And
Yep.
it was for these ICC
The
charges.
feds, no.
And,
They'll
like,
use
people are
random
sick
trigger
of this
man.
Garbage.
They-
They're representatives representing purely and foregrounding
NSA or CIA, but
foreign
they'll use a random
policy,
trigger
as
man.
opposed to something like
Look, he's
New York-
Turkish.
like
He's
a
going to
New York
survive.
City mayoral
It's going to be
race, which is
50
a
cents
municipal
up in this
race.
bitch.
And,
Many bullets.
you're
Going to make him
supposed
even
to
more
be
famous.
talking
And he's
about
going to
how
move to the
make
Balkans
people's
and
lives
stream from
better.
here.
And there was again this assumption from the national press.
He's going to have
because
like
it's
a
such
20-man
Jewish city,
security
Oh,
team.
they're all going to vote
Gonna
in
make
one
Andrew
way,
Tate
and
look
this
like a
is my
joke.
path forward. And I don't think enough is being said about the anti-Semitism that undergirds that assumption.
It's been, I mean, listen, every year you hear the Republicans, just even general election, presidential election, you'll hear that Jews are going to vote for the Republican because of the question of Israel. And it never happens. And it is yet to happen. I don't remember anything involving Israel in the last mayoral election in this city. And yeah, it's not just, it's the media, and it's also, look, there are people who drive that conversation, and that's what Cuomo and, you know, Chuck Schumer was out there again. Chuck Schumer's out there.
Come on, fucking AIPAC drives that fucking conversation. Mainstream American politics drive that conversation. Come on, my friend.
Even the other stuff is like, I went back to look at what his strategy was to deal with Donald Trump in February, and every interview he does, half of it is to promote his book on anti-Semitism and his tour. And I'm like, dude, do one thing. Stop the fascism. And then you can worry about like your book tour.
What a spectacular failure that his job was to, like, his self-identified job was to make the left pro-Israel.
100%.
And it's like now an 80-20 issue for the Democratic Party.
Yeah,
so he
nobody
just
gives a
failed on
fuck!
that front as well.
It is stunning. This is the implication of Mamdani winning and them turning this into some type of referendum on Israel when it wasn't. And it's not, and I still don't think
No, my friend, it's not an implication. This is the result. This is the result of, like, most Dems no longer supporting the fucking Israeli dogfuckers. Nor, one could argue, the majority of Republicans either.
playing in big dollars, but at one point, and there was $30 million, $35 million dumped into this race. This is the beginning of the end of that dynamic in the Democratic Party. It may take 5 years, it may take 10 years, but it's happening. Here is, this is Donald Trump.
I'm less optimistic. I think they're going to double down and shit.
NETANYAHU, as they have the fascist off, and decide how they're going to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Are they going to call it the Gaza Riviera? Are they going to allow any Palestinians to live
The
in
Gaza Riviera.
So they can work at the Trump hotels, whatever it is. Here is this number 4? Which clip is this?
I got him talking about Mamdani.
Yeah, let's start with that.
Okay.
Democratic Socialist, the local critic of Israel, and your Talman has said he would arrest you if you came to New York City if he was mayor.
That is not serious. He's not going to win. That is not serious.
No, I'm not concerned about that.
I'll get him out.
Look, there's enough craziness in the world, but I guess
All of you already heard this clip, so I'm going to talk over it. Imagine the fucking news coverage. Putin meets with President of Kazakhstan, says that he will take care of Mayor of Moscow, who says that President of Kazakhstan is not welcome to country. Putin yet again proves that he is autocratic, psychopathic killer who destroys his opposition through violent means. Yet literally in the fucking empire we have this. I will just take care of him. I will take care of him. I am literally mafia. I am Al Pacino Trumpino.
the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust.
The Holocaust!
Likely to
Holocaustu!
Did horrendous people, raped our women, beheaded our men, invaded our cities and our towns and our kibbutzim, and did horrendous massacres, the kind of which we didn't see since World War II and the Nazis, the Holocaust. So people aren't likely to say, let's just give them another state, it'll be a platform to destroying Israel. We'll work out a peace.
You talking about ZOHRAN here?
Neighbors, those who don't want to destroy us, and we'll work out a peace in which our security, the sovereign power of security, always remains in our hands. Now people will say it's not a complete state.
Always your hands, even though it's American hands, because they give you all of the fucking tools.
You know, we vowed never again. Never again is now. It's not going to happen again.
Israel be like, never again, we deserve our own independent, sovereign Jewish ethno-state. Also Israel, we are subservient fucking attack dogs of America. We love sovereignty, but also Daddy America. What do you want us to do?
By the way, we have a man with a...
a good follow-up question, what did he say about Jews?
Although that was less offensive than what Kirsten Gillibrand said, saying that he endorsed global jihads.
Yeah. I love that he's like, no, I'm going to underfund America's finance capital, the world's finance capital.
He said, yeah!
because
drink.
Zohran Mamdani might be mayor at the behest of Israel. You know,
I would
'Cause he's
hope
being
that
mean to you,
Mamdani would then
Bibi.
shut off water to Trump Tower. That's what I would like to see happen. It is just incredibly twisted. But
Mamdani, these people are animals. We will shut off water and food access and electricity to the Trump Towers.
they, obviously they're going to complain about the city not being handing over immigrants.
I will turn Trump property into mini Gazas around New York City.
Yeah, we want to get out these violent, dangerous immigrant criminals. I mean, who's a bigger violent, dangerous immigrant criminal than Benjamin Netanyahu? That's the real criminal.
Also, the level of explicitness now, sitting across from the president, it has been the policy of the United States, supposedly, of a two-state solution. I think that is, a little absurd. We have a single state now in Israel. It's an apartheid state with varying degrees of apartheid. Some actually, maybe even worse than apartheid, constant slaughter, more akin to the Warsaw Ghetto at this point. But that there is no news associated with Netanyahu saying, like, that's off the table.
Yeah.
That was, supposedly a U.S. standing policy, and it's gone.
Yeah,
It's
but
not-
nobody's surprised for very obvious reasons.
It shows the hollowness of liberal Zionism and how, in practice, for our government, the two-state solution thing was a biding time tactic, or at the very least a détente. And then for the actual
It
reality,
was just propaganda from the get-go. It was just propaganda. It was never going to be given.
a lot less Palestinians, and we do that in a few different ways. It's also just like, because we're on the topic of it, I find it really upsetting to see how within the Democratic Party and within the context of this race, they're really trying to use right-wing, almost great replacement theory level politics about this city by conflating Zohran's Muslim identity with anti-Semitism, or people's fear of him that is imbued with racism, and their reaction to that and experiencing that as anti-Semitism, and calling it anti-Semitism when it's really their own bigotry, and trying to leverage that into a heavily racialized attack on him. And I would include Cuomo's mispronunciation of his name, which is exactly, by the way, what the right did with Kamala Harris the entire.
What's up, Raiders? No Justice MTG. Thank you very much, my dear friend. Everybody go give No Justice a follow right now. Very, very good friend of the show and a brilliant content creator, analyst, and everything under the sun. Thank you very much for the raid. I hope you had a lovely stream. Mods, can we please do a shout out? Everybody, please go and follow. Thank you very much. No Justice, hope you had a lovely one.
After the election, has run
and also welcome in,
numerous,
chatters.
studies at this point, spending tens of millions of dollars trying to figure out how to reach out to young men and how to mobilize the masses as they once were able to do. And then now you do actually have a
Joe Rogan of the left is Zohran Mamdani.
Mods, oil me up and give our beautiful No Justice MTG chatters a fucking child soldier category right the fuck now. They're coming in from the real ones, man.
None of the liberals that would back him are out there defending him at all.
This is a moment where I think that may turn. Here is
That's
this
it,
is
hitting.
number 8. This is a video podcaster, Jennifer Welch. I mean, we saw her.
she's
go
a video
after-
podcaster, bro. What the fuck is a video podcaster?
She's been on my podcast before. I've had it, ladies.
She's pretty
just podcaster. Why video podcaster?
Coded. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, they are from Oklahoma.
What the fuck is a video podcast? It's just a podcast. So Xi Jinping, thank you for the 10 gifties. Thank you very much, Xi Jinping. Thank you very, very much for making our Raiders feel very, very welcome.
Wanted to use them as like this.
Holy shit, Xi Jinping really supporting me watching another stream on chat. This is so fucking weird. Stay mighty, thank you very much as well. Let's fucking go. Paint the chat purple.
God, oh my God. the chief of staff for Obama.
Rahm Emanuel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And Rahm Emanuel got eviscerated
Yes.
on there. And here she is on Hakeem Jeffries, that same issue.
Our nominee is going to have to convince
Laziest type of content on Twitch, and yet my beautiful channel supported. Thank you very much, Pizza Famine. The fucking G of all OGs, the great arch enemy of Barry Bowles, the Oiler of all Oilers.
It's not performative. It's
Thank you, my friend.
very real. And he understands that it's real. And he has the endorsement of other Jewish politicians that aren't propagandized by a corrupt Israeli government, Hakeem. But secondly, this was your moment,
Cheers.
Hakeem, to also stand
Stop
up against
Orbital!
Islamophobia. Because here's the thing about human rights, you guys. You don't get to cherry pick. If you're against anti-Semitism, then you have to be against Islamophobia, homophobia, racism, and down the line. Also, class warfare. This bigotry towards poor people is just abhorrent, which disproportionately hurts people with the color of Hakeem Jeffries' skin. And so this kind of cherry picking because of who donates to Hakeem Jeffries. AIPAC donates to Hakeem Jeffries. How on earth right now is the government of Israel helping calm and quell anti-Semitism? How? How are they doing it? They're not. They lie and they
Of course, the existence of Israel in its current state as an apartheid settler colonial regime is the main contributor to anti-Semitism internationally. So, yeah, even if they try, they cannot contribute to anti-Semitism because their existence in this current form is solidifying every single unhinged anti-Semitic conspiracy theory under the sun as quote-unquote correct, even though, of course, it's not stimulating anti-Semitism unlike ever before. Thank you, Orbital. What's up?
2 elections to an idiot because of these centrist policies, and you're being beholden to special interests. And by God, it's not going to happen again. You can either be a part of the problem or a part of the solution. But if you want to try to box us in when we can clearly see with our eyes and clearly hear with our ears exactly what's happening with Israel and Gaza and try to propagandize another way, we're not dumb like MAGA. We're not fucking stupid. Your base is smarter, and y'all are going to have to adapt or get the fuck out.
So Chuck Schumer doing a great job keeping the Democrats pro-Israel.
Love to see it. Fucking ranks are shifting, bro. There's some infighting there.
Hakeem Jeffries actually delivering this stuff too. Like every New Yorker has seen Brad Lander.
Thank you, Greg. God, we got a hype train going on. Okay, you know how I'm gonna motivate you to make the hype train go hard. Okay, I'm gonna milk this extreme lazy content to the fullest. Okay, hype train is currently at a 6. Depending on what level the hype train is on, that is what you think Hassan is from 1 to 10. Okay, hype train ends at a 6. You think Hassan is a 6. Hype train ends in a 7. You think Hassan is a 7. Hype train ends at a 10. You think Hassan is a 10 out of 10. It goes above it, which is very difficult. You think Hassan is even above a 10. Okay, that is the current game for the current hype train. Okay, thank you, King Cold Prince, for the 5. King Cold Prince, a beautiful new member of chat. Thank you very much for all the additional support and for basically calling Hassan hot. So yes, depending on the level of the hype train, is the score you give Hassan to 1 out of 10. Let us continue.
I guess on the woke side, it's like the woke dual loyalty trope. And my question always is like, New York City is the largest Jewish city on the planet. Sometimes Tel Aviv, I think, has a higher number of Jewish people living in it. But I think New York City is either the number 1 or number 2 largest Jewish city on the
Polky
planet.
is saying 7 out of 10. Polky is saying 7 out of 10. Thank you, Polky.
The state of Israel.
Not bad.
Jewish people.
Orbital.
Crazy hamburger! Crazy hamburger!
Orbital hasn't been in chat for a second. Jumped back in while we were watching Hassan, and Orbital is like, no, 8 out of 10. 8 out of 10. Interesting. State Mighty is also helping to the 8 out of 10. Is Hassan an 8 out of 10? Let's see.
To go and live in Israel. So my question always is to these people that say like, oh, Jews really care about Israel. That's all they care about. It's like, but these are American Jews. These are New Yorkers.
Yeah.
If they cared about Israel that much, they would live in Israel.
Yep.
Like they would just go and live there. There are tremendous incentives to go and live there. You actually get health care if you live in Israel, as a matter of fact. It is a comprehensive health care coverage that they can afford because they don't have to actually spend a dime on their defense. We got that covered.
Jesus, you guys are so horny for Hassan, and I'm so here for it because God bless, it's a win-win. We get to call Hassan hot, which he objectively is, even for a Turk, which hurts my soul to say. Okay, we are now, obviously, we have passed level 8, so he's an 8 out of 10. We are currently trying to reach level 9, and Sweet Peaches thinks he's a 9. Let's see if he's a 9. You guys tell me. I don't know.
American problems, and that's what they care about. They don't care about Israel to the degree in which people talk about it in the media.
Well, it's certainly, I mean, look, I think there is, based on my own
He is absolutely genetically Serbian, 100%, maybe a little bit of Bosnian.
Attachment to Israel in
Look
relationship
at that ginger
with Israel,
beard.
as
I have the
opposed to,
same
say,
beard.
Like, I don't have this.
He's my
same,
long-lost brother, okay?
relationship with
That's
you
why I
guys.
wear the mask, because I look too much like him. I don't, but yeah.
The Zionist project had
We're at
landed
the
in
same height,
Uganda,
up or
which at
down,
one
though.
point was banding around, but I don't. But that is different from saying
He said, yeah.
This is the premier issue.
Let me go pour
that
myself
they
a little
vote
bit more.
upon,
I'll
or
be
they
right
act
back.
upon, or they move through life with. It is also different from saying that Israel, that this relationship isn't complicated. And I think it's different for people who have like direct relatives there. Obviously, in the same way that, like, you know, I grew up in Worcester. There was a lot of people like, you know, when you talk about the IRA or stuff like that, people are just like, F the British, you know, like, and I'm in Worcester.
They
what are you
traffic
talking
guns.
about?
They directly
Yeah,
traffic guns to the IRA.
Exactly. And
fundraise for the IRA in every bar. There was a Republican congressperson.
100%. And so this is, you know, there are different dynamics at different eras. But the fact of the matter is that New York Jews didn't even for a moment, as a whole, you know, we're just talking in generalities in terms of the vast majority. This was not an issue for them at all. That's my point about the increasingly, when Hakeem Jeffries gets out there and says that, when Gillibrand says this, they are talking to literally a room full. It's the same people, frankly, who Carvel was talking about. I don't know if you caught that clip of Carvel. Carvel.
He says Carvel every time.
It's like an ice cream brand.
I have to pick and choose what I correct.
Exactly.
Shell's coming up in here and saying, no, we got a little, those are rookie numbers right there. Those are rookie numbers. With 1,000 biddies, those are rookie numbers. We need a 10 out of 10 for Hassan, okay? We still haven't reached 9. Right now, chat is saying that Hassan is in the 8 out of 10. Just saying. Thank you, Shaz. Thank you very much, my friend. Seriously, thank you very much.
And it is for a lot of these people.
That's a very weird Balkan brand. Yeah, it's like Swedish water. It's very interesting. Here in the Balkans, we use like old like glass water bottles from like alcohol brands, but it's not alcohol. It's just water.
It was a third rail, type of deployment, and it is no longer resonating. It no longer resonates because of what people can see with their eyes in terms of the way that Israel has been, engaged in this slaughter, genocide, ethnic cleansing. I think all three.
Stay mighty looking at that beautiful throbbing Mexico jersey and be like, no, we gotta do a level 9.
And I think people
Thank you, Stay mighty.
I'm not going to, make my determination who's going to be mayor of New York City, or frankly, even the president of the United States at the end of the day.
I just don't think it's a detriment in the way that these guys suggested it was for the longest time, and they even did in the lead up to the election. And that was, I guess, the reason why Kamala Harris could not actually chart a different trajectory
50 seconds
for herself
left.
and like cut her off from.
Are you saying Hassan is an 8 out of 10?
Joe Biden administration.
I mean, I'm not agreeing or disagreeing.
Again,
it's a democracy. Chat will say.
Well, that's what's amazing.
Depending on the hype train level, once it
CNN
ends.
Clip from the other day, they played over the course of 8 years.
Yeah.
The people on our campaign must have known that data.
Yeah.
And
I mean, we covered
This is absolute malfeasance by that campaign, and it wasn't raised in that way. They talked about it in the context of Mamdani, but those numbers were not dramatically different 6 months ago, or 8 months ago, or 10 months ago, and yet the campaign just said we're not even going to allow this
8,
Palestinian
7,
lawmaker to
5, 3,
when it was completely benign, everything.
1.
Yeah, and it
officially confirmed. Hassanabi is a 9 out of 10, completed level 9. My chat believes that Hassan Abi is a 9 out of 10. Good job, chat. Good job, chat. I disagree with you. I believe he's a 10. But still, not bad at all. Thank you very much for the hype train. That was a fun game. That was a very fun game. I feel like you guys enjoy when we do a game for a hype train. Like last time, we had a battle of genders and sexualities and identities in general. Now we were rating Hassan. Hype trains tend to work out when we do this, so I'll try to do them as often as possible in the future. Thank you very much. Now let's get back to the broadcast.
Everyone saw him as old, feeble, and monstrous. And
gamify.
Really win favors with a lot of people, because I think that the issue of Israel and your opinion on Israel, I think, is a way for politicians to communicate earnesty, because there's such a division between...
Yeah, depending on your perspective on Israel, you either say I'm with the status quo or not. You really know what tribe you're in. It's a very good point.
Talk about this issue, you can really cut away at that. And my fear always is that there are cynical actors, both on the media side like Tucker Carlson, or cynical actors on the political side like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that see that know how to read the room better than everybody else, and will utilize that to win favors with a broader audience.
And just to expand on that, it also indicates...
By the way, I have a theory that Marjorie Taylor Greene is a little person, okay? I'm not using the M word, though I'm being a little bit bigoted towards little people. But Google says that Marjorie is meter 60. Marjorie is meter 49. Marjorie is a little person. MTG is a little person, 100%. Have you seen the latest fucking Marjorie video? I can never spell her name. Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's the first one to pop up. Ad.
I'm Marjorie Greene, and I approve this ad.
No, it's not this one. It's not this one. Wait. Why don't we have the ads here? Wait. Can't spell her name, so I'm gonna... Not this one, not this one, not this one. She has so many. Come on. This one.
America's the greatest.
This is a little person. .83 meters. Okay, chat. This is 1.83 meters. This is 1.83 meters. To repeat, this is 1.83 meters. Not weight, height. Jesus. Come on, Google. Height 1.6 meters. Yeah, and I am 7 fucking feet tall. 1.83. You're trying to tell me that this is 1.6? You're trying to tell me this is 1.6? Trying to tell me this is 1.6? $147. Okay, let's round it up at 1.5 meters. 1.5 meters, somebody's a little person. This is a little person. And this little person thinks that she's not a minority. You are a little person. Dude, this is a little person. Look at the whole fucking body, fucking whatever. That's a small person. This is somebody 1 meter 50, okay? I don't know. Do we have tools like measure online image? Okay. 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 No, but I don't want to measure it in pixels. Somebody send me a link to an app that can actually measure. Like, for example, if I set this is 1.6 meters, an app that can tell me what the other person is. You know? Somebody send me an actual app online, digital app that can do this. Even here, if we look at it, okay? 1.83 from here to here. 1.83. What is the middle? 1.83. This is the middle. This is the middle, right? This is the middle. 1.83 divided by 2 is 91.5. Damn, that fucking juice that I've been drinking is hitting. So 98.5 is right here on the boobas. 91.5 is right here. You're trying to tell me that there are 67 centimeters from her boobas to this. That's impossible. This is a little person. This is a little person. Being fair to the monster, she's not standing straight. Let me do my propaganda, for fuck's sake. Jesus Christ, come on. I'm calling Republicans M words. She's a little person. One hundo, bro. One hundo.
Democrats have perceive, what they want from their leaders. 20 years ago,
She's slightly in front. She's even shorter. 100%.
By a 60 to 40 margin, maybe even greater, wanted compromise. And they have learned over the past 2 decades that's not going to work.
I've said always, respect height traitors from the shorts. Height traitors are to be respected, okay? Short kings and queens exist, but they are traitors to their height. They're one of us. They're one of us. But those who are not height traitors of the shorts can, go fuck themselves. We are height supremacists here, okay? Every single act of mass slaughter throughout human history has been enacted. Not every single, but 85%. Because there's height traitors from tall people as well. Has been committed by short people.
We look at Donald Trump and we see like a silly man, a fascist, but like a goofy, stupid person. But he obviously commands the party. He has completely changed the trajectory of American politics in general. He has completely redesigned it in his own image. And outside of that, he also is capable of getting these votes, getting these people to vote on whatever bill he wants them to. And he will resort to dirtier tricks if necessary. And I think there is this forgotten aspect of the bully pulpit that
mini asshole reactionary joke, obtuse rage, induction, Egypt, major.
There's
DJ.
obviously like threatening to remove people from committee positions if they don't play ball on these bills.
But we have seniority for Democrats have seniority for committees, and that's part of the problem because they can't use that threat.
Freudian slip we have. Nah, she's one of us. It just took a second.
Thinking about this for years, but I'm happy to report that yes, like you said, there are more and more liberals that you would never expect, like white wine moms in the middle of the country that also want a more combative Democratic Party. Like the next Democratic Party has to be combative and outwardly hostile to the Republicans in the same exact way that the Republicans have been successfully against the Democrats for the past multiple decades.
But how about this? This is a prime example. Where are the Democrats that are immediately tying Project 2025 and the Doge cuts to the horrible tragedy that we're seeing in Texas? I saw Hakeem Jeffries' statement was like thoughts and prayers. Oh, we don't want to politicize this. Oh, really? In the age of Trump, you don't want to politicize it? He just said on stage, I hate Democrats. They hate me and I hate them. Could you like the just complete flaccid nature of this party is just enabling this right now, and it's also for their own ends of wanting power in the midterms, which they do care about, even if they're ineffectual at it. They're not doing the partisanship that is required for this moment.
No, they just simply don't. They're just not up to the moment. I
They
mean,
did a better job in 2016.
And I would argue that Trump was not as efficient in 2016. I would argue, I would argue that what they were facing was less difficult.
Yes.
Frankly, but no one will take the difference between year one of Trump and year one of Biden. Trump gets that budget bill passed at the beginning of the year. It is the equivalent of the American Rescue Act, and then he gets this done by July. When the American Rescue Act passed, the only thing Republicans were talking about was Dr. Seuss. Was 3 fucking books that were not republished by Dr. Seuss. They should have gone right in. Joe Manchin was talking that Build Back Better at that time should be $9 trillion. He was spending more than Bernie. And then as Biden dilly-dallies on some type of bipartisanship, there was that leaked audio in June of Joe Manchin with the no labels people. And that's when they started to get to him and say, like, no. This is the other path that you can take. And that's where it all goes south. And here we are, July, 3rd, and Trump's done. And he knows he's done. They understood this dynamic. You take the power when you have it. It's not going to last 6 months. There's no more, 100 days or whatever it is, first year honeymoon. And now I want to play this clip. I mean, this is how emboldened they are. This is the Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins. And this sort of combines their two basic things. One is let's try and get rid of all low-income people by attrition. And
I just wanted to put our hero in the back front. Thank you, Pizza Famine, and thank you, Jay Rolls. Welcome, Jay Rolls, to the community, and thank you, Pizza Famine, as always, for the support.
Then we also.
What the fuck does chat keep talking about unionization? Jesus Christ.
And 100%
I am teaching you too well about how you are the real content creators.
able-bodied adults on Medicaid. We should be able to do that fairly quickly. Thank you.
I'm streaming from my girlfriend's parents' place on the seaside. But this is encouraging me to use chatter money back in my actual streaming setup to buy a screen in the background where we put today's meme or something.
Probably the number of adults on Medicaid.
It's around 40 million adults on Medicaid between 19 and 64, I think.
And I think her argument is they can get into the fields.
Move to.
I'm literally the first person talking about the kickback streaming platform. Exactly, Toasty. This was from a previous stream. We want to establish a streaming platform where top performing chatters actually share in the amount of money generated by a stream depending on how much they've contributed to said stream, okay? Because chatters are unironically participants in the content that is being created by said streamer and therefore deserve the fruits of their labor. Remember, chatters, you have nothing to lose but your bits.
The idea that a government official, a cabinet secretary, could say something to that effect, and there's no...
Do you have a green screen? I have a beautiful office that I've spent an absurd amount of money on, and then just ruining it with a green screen. I feel like, though there could be a place in the room where I could put a green screen. That could be fun.
You know, the bill that Joe Biden was supposed to pass and Donald Trump kept from going in there. I mean, they saw it coming. They chose the absolute wrong policy response. Aside from, I think there is some genuine hostility towards immigrants that was in that Biden administration.
100%. I think he came in with the first 100 days that was the exact opposite, the diametrical opposite legislative agenda of Donald Trump in 2020.
Loser bits, are you offering free bottom surgery for trans femme chatters? That as well, they could afford it through chat. The reason I say the only thing you can lose is your bits is because you would no longer need to donate bits, right? If chatters subscribe, they will be stimulating other chatters, motivating other chatters to also subscribe. Because if somebody subscribes while the streamer is reacting to a particular chatter's comment, the chatter will also gain 50% off said subscription financial benefit. It's unironically the best idea ever. Somebody please steal it and give me 1% because it's my idea and I will sue you to hell and back.
Overfill centers or something like that, where like they were doing family overfill centers. So it was basically the same thing, but with like a Democrat liberal patina associated with it.
Don't give me 1%, I will Ethan Klein you.
Screaming about this because I said over and over again that this is going to be the issue.
Mains TV is a very good example, but Mains TV doesn't have live streams except like on X that they do, and it doesn't have kickback to chatters. That's the point, to chatters.
Yes. That the media is going to go along with the hostility towards migrants, and the entire discourse will be flooded, dominated by right-wing hysteria, because it is hysteria. It's not real. This is not a real problem. Immigration is a crisis only because we do not go through the expeditious paper filling process. That's it. Because the difference between a documented and undocumented non-citizen is documentation, and they didn't do any of that. And it was
is that a Louis Vuitton balaclava? No, I'm not so poor. Louis Vuitton, that's for the plebeians, dude. This is Hermès. This is Hermès. You get it after you get the most expensive bag.
Actually, we want to build the border wall package.
I have like 10 Hermès bags. That's how they gave me the balaclava. They were like, it's so embarrassing. You spent $100,000 on bags. It's so embarrassing. We're giving you a mask so you can hide just how embarrassing you are.
For the rest of like an economic package. And what happened is that part became the sole aspect of it as all the sort of the Build Back Better stuff fell away. That was part of the Cinema Portman thing, I think. It's like a sweetener in there. And then all of a sudden it became the main thing. I mean, it was just like a tremendous amount
of... It's like small pause from this stream. Unironically reminds me, like, this probably future chatter makes a really good point about just how insanely stupid Birkin bags are. Just how insanely, like, this is a pure con. This is like a con on steroids. A con on steroids. Just listen to the pitch that she basically gives. And if you don't know, like Birkin, you can like Birkin bags, you can only get them if you buy a bunch of other stuff. And create a really good relationship with one of their salespeople. It's a con to basically make you spend thousands of dollars before you can spend tens of thousands of dollars, and they pitch it to you as if you are getting a benefit. It's a complete fucking ripoff. Just listen. It's such a the analysis is on point.
Content that I'm kind of obsessed with on here, even though it's deeply out of my tax bracket, is watching women convince themselves they're excited to get an Hermes Picotin. For context, these are hideous little purses based on horse feed bags that run from like $3,500 to $10,000 depending on the material, and have about the same security as cafe Wi-Fi. Anyway, these women are all in fin-dom relationships with someone called a sales associate who psychologically tortures them into buying like Hermes brand plates, kerchiefs, whatever you can imagine, just so they can hit a quota to even qualify to receive a bag. Sorry, not receive, be offered. Because naturally, Hermes gives you the opportunity to purchase one of their bags that they've picked out for you. And if you don't, there's a chance you'll never be offered one again. And these women all want a Birkin. Their sales associate knows that down to the color and the material. They want a Birkin. So when one day they received the call from the store, like, we have...
It's an unironic pyramid scheme that is not outsourced to a third party to be a part of your pyramid, but you hire the salespeople. You don't even tell them that they own their own business. You just hire salespeople that pyramid scheme the client into spending tens of thousands of dollars so they can spend tens of thousands of dollars on the bag that they want. Tens of thousands of dollars that they originally would not have spent, but they're only spending because that's the only way they can have access to the bag. They know just how smart of a marketing policy this is. I would like to call it not even a marketing policy. This is just a pyramid scheme, because once you have a Birkin bag, it signals to consumer society that we're so indebted to, that not only do you have enough money for a Birkin bag, but you have so much money that you spend tens of thousands of dollars before you got to spend tens of thousands of dollars for a Birkin bag. It's holy shit. I unironically almost respect Hermes for like just Hermès, whatever the fuck, for ripping these rich people off so hard.
We have something for you. All their dreams seem like they're about to come true. And they post on here like, today's the day, Birkin time. Except when they go in, they're offered instead a Picatinny. And obviously they buy it because if they don't, what if they're never offered a Birkin again? And a Birkin is all they want. So
now they basically developed a slightly cheaper version that nobody wants. They just give to them because they have to buy that one in order to get a Birkin bag. Like it's a social experiment. I feel like they're going to come out from Hermès as a social experiment. They're going to be like, look at how fucking stupid the consumer base is in this country.
Come on here hours later explaining how, even though it's not something they ever said they wanted or could have ever seen themselves buying, they're just so grateful to have been offered the chance to purchase this shapeless little tote monstrosity. Again, for $3,500 to like $10,000. Anyway, there's something just morbidly fascinating about the grotesque extravagance of this, and something a little funny too. I can't explain it. Anyway, I always know when I see an Hermes unboxing video that when it's going to be a Picatinny. I always stop to watch.
It's true. Preach. Very good analysis, unironically.
For simplification, but without a doubt,
did Hassan leave? What the hell?
Prevent them from being a successful party. I mean, look, be behind it. You're not going to get out in front of them. You're not going to say, okay, well, instead of deporting, what we should do is shoot all immigrants. I mean, that. You're always going to be chasing them.
Yeah, he said, drink.
You're not
water.
It's just it's a fool's errand.
You look like you're lying when that happens. After spending 8 years saying like the border wall is racist and it's silly, to turn around and be like, actually, we want to build a border wall, and the Trump administration is not serious about building the border wall. If you think that is going to be a message that ends up bringing some of these like white nativists on board with the Democratic Party's agenda, you're out of your freaking mind. Yep. The only thing that it does is make your base of support go in the direction of the Republican Party, because it's a basic admission that, yeah, the Republicans were right. Migrants are a national security problem. And therefore, maybe I'm going to go with the guy who was right all along rather than the Democrats now.
Right, or I'm going to stay home, which is the other thing that doesn't get discussed enough. It's like when you saw that IMEU analysis, that the plurality opinion for people in terms of who stayed home, they were not motivated to go out because of Gaza, because of her stance on that. But I think it all has a compounding effect where, okay, I can't vote for this person, I don't like either, and I'm just going to stick around. And that's who Zohran interviewed right after the race, and that's what prompted this historic run for him to win this primary. And those are the voters we should be focusing on. Like this strategy of just picking and choosing issues based on how they poll at a current moment, as you say, Sam, as if like the polling is static and that leadership can't change things. It's the anti-politics. It's like the Democrats just want to get in power so they can be a concierge like Schumer, or so that they can craft legislation and do the good work of keeping the budget going every year or whatever, where it's like, do you want to do politics? Do you believe in something other than getting into power? People smell that, and that's why the Democratic Party has a lower approval rating than Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Anyway, fun times.
Yeah, speaking of fun times, should we look at the...
I'm going to pee real quick, but I know exactly this video. I've already watched it. So
we're going to play this while...
Fucking... Dude, his bladder hits again. That's why I wanted to play back. I didn't know if he left the stream or the bladder hit. Even when he's a guest on another show, he hit a bladder. When we interviewed him with the fucking deprogram, this motherfucker, guess what he did? Midway, he was like, guys, this is not live, so can I please do it? And we're like, what is he saying? He's gonna like plug? We're like, of course you can plug.
Wonderful. A new child soldier.
The guy's like, no, I gotta go piss. He pissed for 8 fucking minutes. I didn't know if it was disrespectful, like he was flexing on us, or he just needed to piss for 8 minutes. He actually needed to piss for 8 minutes. He needed to shit, okay? He came back, he was like, sorry, it turned into a shit. So that the reason I'm telling you this is to confirm. Hassan does not, like on his streams, does not stand up and leave the stream because he's tired or bored or is using it as an excuse to not, kill time because he streams for 8 hours. No, my guy actually pisses and shits like crazy. Walter Witt, thank you for the 8 months, brother. We are very close to today's goal of 100 gift subs. Thank you very much for contributing to that. So yes, Hassan does indeed shit. Hassan confirmed not woman, because as we all know,
Into calling everybody
women,
a pedophile.
cis, trans, any
in
type
the
of
Republican
woman
Party, at
do
least.
not shit.
It really does raise some questions.
Yeah.
It would be irresponsible not to speculate.
It's the true do you pass or do you not pass test, okay? What do you shit?
So now, by
I love this.
coming in and being part of the cover-up, the Trump administration has become part of it. I mean, it's just you cannot see it any other way. So I just got to the office. I'm gonna go throw up. Actually, it only happens every few years when something really bad happens or something. I mean, I'm physically gonna puke probably right now.
Oh,
my mouth is watering right now. Because I have integrity.
I'll tell you something right now. Look, I'm gonna try and cry. One of the ways I try and cry is I get the sweat that drips off my forehead into my eyes, and I do that by doing this.
Okay, so I watched this whole video yesterday, and let me tell you, first, one of my favorite things that Alex Jones does is he drives on the Texas highway, usually going 25 miles an hour, because there are cars passing him both on the left and the right, which I always find very strange. So he's not even on the rightmost lane.
In a Honda
I like to drive in the middle.
Yeah. And it's not a self-driving car. And this is important because he films himself while driving and talking, and he uses his hand while he's filming himself with one hand, as in no hand is touching the steering wheel the entire time when he's communicating. Right now he's parked, but in the beginning of this video he actually does drive to the parking lot. Another thing that I love that Alex Jones does.
Why is he doing that?
I have no idea.
Look at the lighting.
But he will swap hands to use not to grab the steering wheel. He'll swap hands on the camera to change the camera to use his other hand to speak from time to time. And I mean, that man is a menace on the roads of Texas. I'm surprised that he hasn't gotten into a car accident already.
He looks like he's aged. This has been difficult for him.
Well, I mean, I think he's doing Ozempic because I can see his neck
course.
now, and it's weird. It's weird to be able to see his neck. Like there was, I was reading the comments of my last video because I commented on this. I did a video on this, and people were like, "I didn't realize this was Alex Jones until you pointed it out." Like that's what people were saying.
It really does. He looks different. And he also looks like he might. There's like
might be on the verge of tears.
He's got a little bit of like a stroke thing going on with his lip. Seems as I mean maybe listen. I came from the dentist the other day to do an interview, and I had a lot of Novocaine.
Yeah.
And so I'm willing to and give him some wide berth here. But go ahead.
Because
I gotta squeeze out.
I have integrity.
Bad audition.
Yeah. Exactly. I just really need the Trump administration.
Have to change the background.
To save this country, and they're doing so much good. And then for them to do something like this, tears my guts out. And, the left, they're all complicit. They're open.
Oh, yeah.
They're pure evil. It's all funny. Oh, look, Alex is sad. MAGA's tearing yourself apart. Your globalist masters literally want you to eat bugs and live in a 5G, 200 square foot coffin apartment.
What?
Look at the left. Look at them all posing with their Pfizer shots, looking like dead zombies. I mean, come on. You guys are sick.
As opposed to Alex Jones, beacon of health.
You shouldn't look at those of us that have a soul still and have integrity in pain over this and celebrate, you dumb pieces of fucking shit.
Okay, the funniest part about this.
Your own self.
The funniest part about this is that in the beginning, because this is the end of this commentary,
Yes.
this car rant, which by the
What do you call that beard style? What's the goatee?
By the way, Alex Jones being a car rant guy is kind of sad. I mean, it's a little bit of a fall off from like being the most important media member in the right. Years and years of integrity. But his cope for the Jeffrey Epstein files, the client list not being released, and the very clear attempts at like trying to pack this up by Dan Bongino and Kash Patel, both QAnon guys, right, and Pam Bondi, who was also a prosecutor in the state of Florida.
Attorney General. Yeah.
Attorney General in the state of Florida during the Epstein stuff from 2011 to 2019, interestingly, just like Alexander Acosta, Trump's former labor secretary, was
Alan
the...
Dershowitz represented both Epstein and Trump.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. A lot of connections there with Jeffrey Epstein. But Alex Jones's cope for all of this, the no revelation, after making this like a signature part of his career for understandable reasons, was Trump's attending to blackmail the blackmailers with the blackmail. He's taking down the deep state. That's the only reason why he won't release these files. He's using the blackmail, the pedophile blackmail, against the deep state right now. That's what he's saying.
It's like the end times people who like just they did the math wrong, right? When everybody said the world was going to
There you
end.
go. Yeah,
There's
cheers.
always a new layer to this. It's funny too. Like Trump is both the strong man, but also always the victim of everybody around him in
deep
like
state.
the right wing circles. Like
I think the problem for Jones is this has ended. This was my meal ticket for almost a decade, and I was relying on at least 2 or 3 more years of this.
I think like
how am I going to? I need to raise money. I need to raise money badly.
President Trump, throw me a bone. Why won't you throw me a bone? Just say like Hillary Clinton's a pedophile or something.
I needed the fund to get to
This shit is too complicated. There's fucking Arabs and there's fucking Jews fighting each other, and then there's fucking what the fuck is a tax bracket? I don't fucking like. It's getting too complicated, Donald Trump. I can't fucking do this shit. Like I need lizard people fighting the fucking establishment pedophiles. Like what the fuck is this shit? Like I love Elon Musk. I love you. Now you're infighting. How do I cover all of this? There's too many sects inside of the right wing conspiracy nut fucking community. What the fuck do I do? You're making this too complicated, you know. Like I don't want war with Iran, but I also fuck the Muslims. Like well, it's you, Trump. You're doing it too fucking complicated, bro. Like what the fuck? I love Tucker, but now you're fighting Tucker, but now you're on the side of Tucker. It's too fucking difficult to do a pitch, bro.
I think the role he played for years and years was like the one truthful thing that he would speak on, packaged in between like lizard people conspiracy.
Like I can't believe you're gonna make me into a centrist, Trump. Nobody gives money to centrists, bro. I gotta be something. You're making me a centrist about all of this. Do war or do not do war. I can't do the pitch, bro.
Taking place. It might have been a broken clock situation, or it might have been a deliberate attempt by some agents that were feeding him reliable information every now and then, and then feeding him a whole bunch of nonsensical bullshit. So either he was like a willing participant or an unwilling actor here. But I think the role that he played in American political discourse remains one of major worth, at least in the beginning, for the intelligence community.
He had a moment that I see as analogous to I don't know what that crackling is, but he had a moment. There was a moment where Tucker Carlson was on C-SPAN.
In the beginning, yeah. In the
Listen properly.
in the beginning, yeah. In the beginning, in the beginning, in the beginning.
Like he was the everyman. And there's a similar clip of Alex Jones talking about David Icke, who a British guy who came up with all the changeling lizard people stuff. And he said, he's the turd in the punch bowl while I'm giving real information, you know, back in the day.
Yeah.
And I think Alex Jones realized at one point, like, actually, no, I can
be the turd in the punch bowl.
I can be the turd in the punch bowl
Yeah.
and do much better.
Are you drunk, Hugo? Why would I be? I'm only drinking water.
Where it landed him, he just got caught, essentially.
But I do think that like conspiracy theories play a really important role in political discourse in perpetuity. It's not like a new phenomena.
John Birch Society.
Absolutely. And the reason why, I mean, we're seeing it in popular discourse now. It's never been as we've never been as conspiratorial as we are now, for sure.
That's because I think of tech.
Yeah. that definitely, social media plays a major role in it.
Tech plays a role, but like the deeper you are in the spiral, in the death spiral of a particular system, the harder it becomes for the reactionaries to make arguments on why you should still support the status quo, because it becomes more and more obvious that the status quo is complete shit. So the theories that support the status quo for continuing have to be more and more and more and more unhinged. That's why I'm unironically surprised that somebody like my boy Alex Jones is, becoming a car streamer, because like this is the era when he's supposed to pop off, right? The worse things get, the more money conspiracy theory reactionaries can make. So it's a strange contradiction.
No pushback whatsoever. And I think that's the reason why liberalism needs a perfect bow to basically wrap this ordeal around. And that's why so many people find themselves swept away with conspiracy theories, because they have no like real way of looking at the world and analyzing the events that unfold in a way that I think
there you go, what I said, but I said it much more eloquently and in a much nerdier way.
Of different reasoning for why black people could be enslaved, because if they convert to Christianity, you can't enslave them because the Bible says you can't enslave Christians. So then racial dynamics come into play.
It's because I'm only 10% Turk and he's 50% Turk. That's the difference.
Not humans at all, in an effort to justify slavery, chattel slavery.
Walter Witt literally doing my joke for me, but you were like 5 seconds late.
Racism, the debunked science.
Though Hassan is Serbian, so.
And eugenicists, right? That was a way to logically wrap everything up in this neat little logical system. If they're actually scientifically found to be not human, then it justifies all of the untold amounts of cruelty that slavers could do to black people.
I mean, we see that today with trans folk. I mean, that is it's a similar project, right? I mean, to label trans people as, psychologically broken or some type of defect, then the logic follows from that. So is your argument that liberalism is so moralistic that it creates it takes it out of the material realm and makes it just a question of good or bad or some type of like
liberalism mystifies class dynamics deliberately in an attempt to justify its existence. And because it's the monoculture, both Republicans and Democrats alike exhibit liberal tendencies. And ultimately, if you want like a completely if you want like a full moral system surrounding liberalism, you have to inevitably arrive at like villains in society. And those villains are always, usually they're Jewish people. That's usually what it points to, like lizard people, which is an analog. But I think it's an city for people.
But you can find the analog in absolutely everything, okay? The best way to go with an analog is finding something that is, at this current moment, most socially controversial. 20 years ago in the United States, it was gay people, and to a very large extent still, for example, black people and quote-unquote black culture from the white lens, whatever that is supposed to mean. You know exactly what I'm talking about. So you take something that the majority in the country still is not very knowledgeable about, and is a bit like, what the fuck is this? I never heard about this. What the fuck is this? And then you extrapolate it like hardcore, and you make 99% of all of the world's problems revolve around that particular thing that they are not necessarily knowledgeable about. Right now, trans people obviously is the number one thing that everybody can kind of group around and be like, this is the new big evil, because it's the thing that on average most normies do not know enough about. That's from that perspective. From another perspective, when it comes to everybody being broke as shit, you hyper focus on one category of people that are broke as fuck, for example, cis straight men, and you tell them the reason they cannot reach happiness in life is because women have achieved a greater level of independence, which you pitch to them as a anti-male movement. They want to take your video games. They don't want to listen to you. They're all fucking hoes, etc., etc. And through that lens, you basically, you use sexism quite literally as you other women, and you introduce them as the big bad enemy that is more privileged than you because they're a cabal of this or that sort. Reactionary sentiment that's what most people miss. Reactionary sentiment can be organized around any fucking category, but it usually very successfully organizes around the category that is at the current moment not socially acceptable. Why are right-wingers in America, Republicans, and even some Dems, but internationally, if we're talking about the West, not still organizing around gay dudes? That was the big thing, right? Gay men, oh my god, the big evil scary global homo, jebate, užas, horror, jebote, kurac, ono. Sad će da se jebu svi, sad će da ti jebu dete, they're gonna fuck your kid type of shit, because to an extent it is no longer a social taboo, because most people met a gay person, most people talked about the topic of gay men, and it's not that there's still a lot of homophobes, don't get me wrong, but there's a lot less homophobes than there were in 1995 when even Hillary Clinton was like, oh, marriage is between a man and a woman, what the fuck do the gays want, etc., etc. Right now, because not enough people are knowledgeable enough on trans issues, that's an easy thing to go for. And if you want something more niche, you just hit women in general with good old sexism. TLDR, a lot of people only know about Nazism as a version of reactionary politics, which hyper-focuses on Nordic supremacy, on Jews, Slavs, Roma, the Easterners are inferior in general, Asians, Africans, blah blah blah. But that's just one school of thought in the beautiful, disgusting reactionary rainbow which you can pursue. The core of it is find an out group, but most importantly an out group that most people currently find socially taboo, and just make every single problem in society their fault. You get my point? You get my point.
That Donald Trump.
An incredibly important caveat, honestly.
Christine Pelosi, remember that when she said, some of our faves are going to be implicated.
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi's daughter tweeted that out.
Yeah.
When initially, when this stuff was coming out like many, many years ago, and she's like, listen, some of our faves are going to be implicated in this, and that's okay. And that's basically
add in 1 minute, subscribe to reach today's goal, and spread anti-reactionary propaganda, or don't. God bless whoever subscribes. I drink water. If Hassan says, yeah, I drink water, the choice is yours.
Oh, they're brilliant.
They've also incurred in shitification similar to the CIA.
Exactly. Good. Keep playing this.
Expose all the secrets. Put America basically in harm's way just to find out what's up.
What do you mean, Adam?
Because these are the most powerful people in the world. They're apparently on this island.
Adam, so let the truth be told or the heavens fall. I don't care. Okay. Yeah, Adam, and that's what Vince Oshana is. I am 100% accountability, and I don't give it. If that's what we were built on.
But at what price?
I don't give a shit.
Tearing down America?
Price. Guess what the price is, Adam? God.
So
God's the price.
You want to rule
what?
A city of ashes?
I don't give a shit if it's built on pedophilia and raping kids. But yes, because
you're being emotional.
No, I'm not. I'm being real.
Oh, he did the Tim Pool thing. He did the Tim Pool thing.
But you want to cut your whole nose off and ruin your entire face because you care that much about this entire issue.
If the machine is running right now,
can you pause it for a second?
Pedophiles.
I'm sorry, but he has spent the last 3 minutes being like, pedophilia, is it worth really getting this upset and emotional over sex trafficking of minors that I also admit our elites are partaking in? Is it really that big of a deal? Can you calm down about this? It's like, how did this happen?
Also,
That's why Alex Jones is out of a fucking job, chat. That's why he's out of a job. Because the guys he was pitching as anti-pedophilia are too pro-pedophilia.
Keep going. This is pretty funny.
Running the show, and they're telling him, shut the hell up because we're all pedophiles. Knock it down. And my last thing, pal, what bothered me about what he said is, we're not going to re-victimize the girls and the victims. We're not going to do it.
Cash?
Yes, yeah, Cash. Guess what? Nobody wants to see any girl. I don't want to see any kids, male, boy, underage. Blur them out. But who's the guy that's touching them? Who's the guy that's molesting them and raping them? This is a horrible argument. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't.
Look at Patrick. My goat. I am value-tained once again.
That was the most genuine smile I've ever seen from him.
Patrick's got a 100% guarantee. You will be value-tained.
Oh. Are you not value-tained?
I am so value-tained.
Are you not value-tained?
Oh, God. I love him.
Apparently, let's play this clip of Trump.
This just happened. So Trump was asked at the White House about this, and apparently he got...
Trump was asked about Epstein. And
Epstein.
of course, Trump said ZOHRAN's an anti-Semite.
No, well, I mean,
Yeah.
but we also
What
have
does
to
he
be
sound like
fair to here with Trump. Like, he is a very sensitive guy, and he wants to be, respectful to all victims of all kinds.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things.
Oh, my God.
Are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question.
Don't answer.
about
Wait a
Epstein
second.
At a
Hold
time
on.
like this, where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Oh, a desecration!
I'll tell you something. Donald Trump being morally righteous, I don't think that's his go-to.
How dare you?
What the hell? Loves staying on message. Like when he has leaders of foreign nations sit there as he talks about like Joe Biden shitting in his diapers or something. Like he loves he never strays off message. He never goes into different topics. So clearly that's what he's doing here as well. Very consistent.
This is the first, like, we talk about, oh, MAGA's gonna break off if they do, if he breaks this campaign promise, which he, like, lied from one day to the next about what it was gonna be. But this is the first time I've actually seen some people in the base start to get genuinely pissed with Trump.
Yeah.
And it seems like that's what is making him upset.
The one thing they give a fuck about is fucking Epstein, fucking pedophile pizza stores. And he's like, please stop talking about this. This is so, oh my God, what an L.
Use him, and it's a case study. Again, for Democrats, serve your base, a lot of the rest will follow. But this is what is going to be an issue for him. Like, I don't think this is going to go away fully.
No.
That is, it is fascinating to see Trump attempt to get just indignant. Like, how could you bring up something so unserious at this time?
So insensitive.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I like the prisoners of war who don't get captured.
It's fascinating. I think it is indication that he is worried about it, but it's probably going to be gone in a week.
Yeah, sure.
Every day passes and being a Republican gets more and more difficult. It's so fucking beautiful to see.
On the show and ask him a question, who is your audience? I wanted to take phone calls with you, but we don't have time for that. We don't have time. All right, I got to let you go. So I know you got to get out of here, right? Or no?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got a show to do, don't you?
Yeah. I got a whole day mapped out.
Well, 5
Jesus, very professional.
Be careful. This
He gave him a chance there to say, no, I can stay for another 15 minutes.
That's true. Second up, runner up.
Did you? Is that true?
I
Did
lost
the
it. I
ADL
lost
put
it.
out a list?
No, it wasn't the ADL. It was the crazy Long Island lady, stopantisemitism.org.
Oh, she's from Long Island?
Yeah.
That's not shocking.
It's not Libs of TikTok. Is she the same person?
No, that's Chaya Rychik. She's in LA. Yeah. And
So you came in second to whom?
Candace Owens.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. That's like it's one of those years where they were like, well, we'll go with the black woman.
Or we'll do the tiebreak and give it to the person that said Hitler had, his biggest problem was moving beyond the borders of Germany.
Yeah,
Who got into the third? Who's third?
Greta Thunberg.
Oh, all right. Well, that's fair. I mean, there's certain diversity that
Yeah.
they're trying to do
The
there.
three horsemen of the
Yeah.
apocalypse.
Jonathan Greenblatt has actually said, compared me to Kanye West on, I think it was Time magazine.
But I've seen him
Yeah.
bring you up. He's a lunatic.
Hassan is objectively more black than Kanye West.
And the biggest teachers union in the country, I think, has
Yes.
basically
Yeah.
disavowed the ADL.
Yes, I have this open here. Right, Labor Notes reported last night that the National Education Association, the biggest 3 million member teachers union, voted to reject the ADL, Anti-Defamation League, and said, like Wikipedia, which I think did this 6 months ago, they're not a credible source.
Yep.
For anti-Semitism.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Let me take a piss.
The more reputable organizations and people, for that matter, essentially call out and distance themselves from the ADL, regardless of what the Anti-Defamation League started as or in your mind ever was. It is clearly now just a right-wing mouthpiece that is running interference for Donald Trump and for the Netanyahu government. I mean, regardless of anything else they say, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, no, that's their primary focus, because like there is an explosion of anti-Semitism, and part of that is because of the false conflation between Judaism and Zionism. Actions of Israel and Jews all around the world. That's a dangerous conflation, as you noted.
I had a conversation with your friend about that.
Yeah, my friend. But beyond that, there's also an explosion of the anti-Semitism on Twitter. But Twitter is owned by Elon Musk, and Elon Musk was a major Trump booster. And Elon Musk also, after highlighting the great replacement theory, claiming that Jews were doing unlimited third world migration into Western civilization, turned around and went to Auschwitz with Ben Shapiro, and then went to Israel, and is unconditionally pro-Israel. So obviously, you can't really criticize Elon Musk even when he does a double Sig Heil at the inauguration, because or even criticize Elon Musk for the unlimited anti-Semitism that exists on Twitter, because he's pro-Israel.
Yep.
If your goal is to defend Israel, if you're the Apartheid Defense League, then you're just not going to go after people like that, and you're going to at most do light criticisms of Donald Trump when he comes out and is like these Shylocks.
The ADL, I wanted to look it up. They did end up denouncing it.
Good.
Probably because Biden used it in 2014.
Yeah.
And so they denounced it then too. So.
Yeah.
Well, what is fascinating is that their attacks on you are still built on a model that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
The idea, I don't have a sense of what your career plans or what you think you need to reach people, but I suspect it's not going on cable news with any type of regularity. And their whole model is based upon
dead.
We're going to make them toxic for Meet the Press or whatever it is, and sorry, it just doesn't mean anything anymore.
Yeah, the other side of that also is that like there are enough, especially in the lower levels, like on the reporter side of things, like there are enough journalists who are smart enough on this stuff not to get like bullied in this way.
Yep.
And I think that many of those media outlets would much rather have someone like myself on as a guest host than fucking Jonathan Greenblatt.
Right.
So. And they know that I'm not an anti-Semitic person. Jonathan Greenblatt knows that I'm not an anti-Semitic person. Yes. He knows that I have actively combated and fought against anti-Semitism. My friend Noah was talking about this. Like Edward Said is, I think famously once said, like I'm the last Jew is what Edward Said said. Like the only person that seemingly cares about both anti-Semitism and also the emancipation of Palestinians, where he's so predisposed with defending Israel that he has to attack one of the largest like independent media outlets that is unconditionally in support of Palestinians and actually does not even remotely enter
30 milligrams
and fights back against it, because as I like to point out, I'm like Candace Owens is not going to convince Jonathan's like nieces and nephews,
right,
or Bill Ackman's daughter, right? Because Candace Owens is anti-Semitic.
Not even Six Dot Velo. Are you American? Vario Main, are you fucking American? 3-dot velos on the Balkans are 13 milligrams, baby.
Most people that
that's double your strongest Zin, my friend.
Audience for an extended period of time very quickly realize like, oh, this is bullshit. The whole like this guy's anti-Semitic is just completely made up, and therefore I have the capacity to actually convert his nieces and nephews and the next generation of young progressive Jews away from any kind of association that they might have had with Israel into anti-Zionists.
Right. That's
I
why
think
Richie Torres is their favorite, is because he's fairly young, and they think that like they can manufacture this from the top down. That's not going to work.
Yeah.
Although he's a little bit like obsessed with you to a degree that like I don't know if that's from Jonathan Greenblatt specifically or if he's just like obsessed with you on his own.
No, I think it's a bit of both, but I think it's just like he's Apex attack dog. So like it's clear that they had a beat on me for a while now, and they just won't ever stop. They'll just like, continue pummeling this.
I think it has the opposite effect as they think.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the interesting thing about it. I think it has the opposite effect that they think because it is.
Yeah, they're bringing Zins to the Balkans as well. I think in 2 weeks they're gonna bring Zins. I got a contact in Philip Morris, and she told me they're bringing Zins. They also brought those intense vapes that aren't really vapes with the pods that exist in Western Europe, don't exist in the U.S., which are going to be pretty good.
His ilk is going to replace Chuck Schumer's ilk.
Yeah.
Whereas, Curtis Lewa is not going to. Whereas, Cuomo is the same ilk.
Vapes, yeah.
They're
The
just more
organic
of a
ones.
threat, and I think that's it.
Yeah.
All right, the final IM of the day, Cole from Little Rock. The price is gone is an incredible line. And
Yeah.
It certainly is. Vinny, thank you for that. That should be a drop. Hassan, really fun to have you here finally.
Yep.
Yeah,
after,
it's been an
all
honor.
this
Thank you
time.
for having me.
I'm glad you could make it. Thank you for staying longer than you intended. Emma, thank you for indulging.
No problem. I just get anxious when we keep people over.
Yeah, the anxiety is really impressive.
But it's more pronounced because he's here physically. When we keep guests over, I at least have some removal from it. But we're
This
fine.
is the second time
Yeah.
that Brian has ever run the show by himself. He's only been here for 3 weeks, and we've thrown everything at him.
Bring it.
Short of power outage, which is tomorrow's fun.
That's hot enough. We'll see.
Brian, great job today. Emma, great job today. Hassan, great job today.
Thank you.
Folks, we'll see you tomorrow.
Chat, great job today.
It might take all the strength I got to get to where I want, but I know somehow I'm gonna get there. I wasn't looking when I just got caught between the truth and the lie.
Let's get some good beats. What the fuck? I just broke a glass over there that I didn't even see was there. Shit. Oh. Okay, nobody was hurt in the making of this video. But it was close. Jokes aside, that was a really good stream by Hassan. That was most excellent. Quick, Hugo, throw it out of the window. great. Okay, confirming no blood. It's too fucking dark. This is not my setup. I fucking hate it. Fuck, this song is so good. Seven gift subs before we finish today's daily goal. Doesn't mean that today's stream ends, of course. Cynical Chris, let's go. You go rave, you go rave. Turn in for DJ Hugo. Really? DJ Hugo, DJ Hugo. Trying to go to sleep. What fucking time zone are you in? Yes, woman. Food? Thank you. You actually DJ? No, but I've been to so many fucking raves I could. Except for the actual physical skill of DJing. 5 more gift subs.
Zbog tebe sanjam cigane I smišljam slatke prevare Al žao se ne predaje Ti si mi u krvi Ako te odredu Cigani čergani Ili te ukradu strašni haremski čuvari
That was a really good show. Jokes aside, though, that was a really good show. Thank you to our friends over from The Report. That was most excellent, as people like to say. Slight off topic on what we usually cover here on stream. Can you give a sub to Nightbot? Nightbot. Make Nightbot post something and I'll give him a sub. Jesus, I gotta be careful with that glass over there. That was fucking weird. DJ Hugo, not Yugopnik. My Yugopnik days are far behind me. Now I am something much worse. I am a Twitch streamer. Let's do this. This looks good. This looks very good. Though it's a massive fucking downward spiral on the energy levels because we got Finkelstein here, a fucking absolute G. But let's be honest, a man of age indeed, a man that is not as intense as one would expect. One would expect him to be like this for his age, but not the energy level we would need.
Mamdani, he represents almost in a pure form the class struggle. You know the famous line by Karl Marx, the beginning of the Communist Manifesto. The first line is, the history of all hitherto existing society is the history of class struggles. The history of all
1.5 it? You think I should 1.5 it? Okay. I'll 1.25 it. There you go. Democracy.
To existing societies is the history of class struggles.
And I was like, he's not going to go hard. And the first thing he fucking starts is Marxian theory. Let's fucking go.
And we're seeing in the Mamdani campaign, it's clearing the air. If you remember when the Bernie Sanders challenge to the existing system emerged, it got the powers that be tried to confuse the stakes. So all of these woke people, they started to criticize Bernie for being weak on the black question, weak on racism.
Whoa. He's even doing base shit. Damn, son.
Weak on reparations. Weak on the women question. They said Bernie bros. That was a...
Okay, sorry, I didn't see this coming. Holy shit. Fucking ML arc of Noam of Norman here. Damn, brother. Thank you, Fernanda Lion. Fernanda Lion, you've been a fucking sub for 12 months. I still struggle with the phrasing. Thank you very much.
How they called it was all men, all white men. Of course, Bernie's campaign was all about the class struggle. Every night when he came out, it was
thank you, Bishop. Yeah, brother.
Attacking the billionaire class. It was attacking Goldman Sachs. It was attacking Big Pharma. But both the Republican and the Democratic Party both tried to obscure what was going on.
Yeah, it was the utilization of non-class inclusive quasi-intersectionality to dissuade people from supporting his platform, right? It doesn't matter what you think about Bernie's platform or who Bernie is right now, etc., etc. Objectively, back when he was running, they were using liberal argumentation against his candidacy.
By turning it into an identity politics struggle.
Oh, there you go. He said the thing I said earlier. Pre-watch.
So the Republicans represented the oppressed white working class who are being oppressed by identity politics, and affirmative action and diversity, equity, inclusion. And the Democratic Party tried to turn it into also an identity politics.
Even though he was absolutely talking his pitch was pretty relatively intersectionalist in the confines of social democratic pitches, but what the establishment Democrats used against Bernie was basically saying, why are you not exclusively talking about ethnic identity, sexual identity, gender identity, etc., etc., exclusively? Why are you bringing class into this conversation? You bringing class into this conversation, that was their pitch. You bringing class into this conversation undermines the struggles of X category, Y category, epsilon category, etc., etc.
Politics campaign. We represent black people, Mexican, Hispanic people.
There you go. They use liberalism in a reactionary manner, the way liberalism is almost always used.
Sexual minorities. So each of them pretended they wanted to obscure the real issue.
It's like when Lib started calling Madeleine Pendleton racist for voting for third party, and the lady she voted for was also black. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Hares.
The real issue was a class struggle.
Thank you very much for the 6 months.
And Bernie was very emphatic about that. Now with Mamdani, that sort of identity politics is not going to stick with him. You can't say a fellow named Mamdani is weak on race questions, ethnic questions, religious questions. It's not going to work.
Yeah, because he's literally going to reply to that by saying "Salam alaikum," and it's done. It's done. That's literally why they are hyper focusing on the Islamophobia. They're like him being Muslim de facto implies that he is anti-Semitic, which, by the way, obviously it's ridiculously high levels of racism. And that's why they're hyper focusing on this, because they can't hit him the way they hit Bernie on, yo, white man, why are you not talking about X, Y, Z category of ethnic or sexual identity? They can't hit him on that, so they're hitting him on Muslim equals you have to say you love Israel in every single sentence that you utter.
So it's a straight out class struggle. His campaign was just like Bernie's. Bernie's was.
Why am I even surprised with Norman, who obviously is a incredibly class conscious human being, saying this? On top, being from a family that he is from. Who knows, okay? Don't Google Norman Finkelstein and Stalin, okay?
Bernie's is about affordability, and that's Zohran Mamdani is about affordability. But in this case, you can't use any of the woke.
Wait, you don't know that? You don't know that? You're too late always. No, you guys don't know that? You don't know who raised Norman? You don't know about Norman's parents' opinions on some of the most controversial aspects of Soviet governance?
Weapons against him because his name is Zohran Mamdani. He's clearly not a old white male, So it's a clear-cut class struggle.
I do not. Well, just Google Finkelstein Stalin.
They're very scared of it because remember, the other side has the money, they have the power, they have the organization, but one thing they don't have the numbers. And in a democracy, a formal democracy, one person, one vote, that's a problem. They don't have the numbers. The numbers aren't even close. And now, the primary, they brought to bear their money. Bloomberg, just Bloomberg, Michael Bloomberg, a former mayor of New York, a Jewish supremacist billionaire, he gave Cuomo $8.3 million. And as I said, your mailboxes were stuffed with.
Norman is in his his extremist arc. I love to see it. 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 I will not be explaining what I mean by extremist arc. If you wanna understand it, just read the previous sentence he used to refer to Bloomberg as. Okay.
We have to stop Mamdani. We have to stop Mamdani. Anti-Semitism. They were literally jam-packed. The mailboxes didn't work.
Like this mask, it's doing too much, man. This mask is doing. It's got my entire mustache. Whole mustache out. I keep trying to hide the mustache, but mustache too big. Mustache is too big. Mustache too big.
The numbers.
Imagine I grow it out. It's like over my lips.
Coming back to haunt them. It's not what the Occupy movement said. It's not 99%. Remember the slogan of the Occupy movement, we are the 99%. It's closer to 80%. 80% is a lot. 80% are the losers in this system. 80% are the folks who have gig jobs, what are called, gigs. Three people have 3 gigs, no vacation, no health care, no pension, no future, no nothing. That's about 80% of our city. So they're worried, and it's very predictable. I predicted the first day. I knew exactly. I sent people the email. The first thing they're going to do is they're going to buy out all of the opposition candidates. The three main opposition candidates, not any of your viewers should know or would know, would be Curtis Sliwa, who is the Republican nominee, Eric Adams, the current mayor of New York.
The fucking Red Beret King. The Red...
to this day, I cannot remember this man's fucking name. What is this man's name? Wait, Republican candidate for New York, NYC mayor. I will never learn his name, okay? The fucking Charlie Kirk, Curtis Silva. Drop out. No. What's his name? Curtis Silva.
Curtis Silva, brother.
You think this will win against ZOHRAN? Think this thing will win against Curtis? Yeah. Against ZOHRAN, sorry. That's funny.
And possibly
that's
Andrew
fucking
Cuomo,
hilarious.
still unclear. So they were going to buy out all except one, and they're all crooks. Eric Adams, Andrew Cuomo, they're crooks from the day go. So it's easy to buy them off. A bribe here, a bribe there. So they'll narrow it down.
Or Eric Adams. I don't know. I had an interaction with Eric Adams the other day. How many does he have? 15K? 1/3. I was hoping on ratioing the fucker. But I guess I'm not that good. My game is weak. Karl Marx, author of the Communist Manifesto when it comes to what ZOHRAN said, each according to their need, each according to their ability back in the day. And my reply was, fuck, I'm going to vote for him even harder now. Thanks, Eric, for your endorsement. And there's a bunch of people in chat really helping me out here. Did you know that Karl Marx killed over 458 billion people? I don't know why it's not showing the other replies. Should show the other replies. Reposts. Yeah, it doesn't show me the other replies because there was a bunch of Balkan people being like, I am doing my best to hack the New York City elections. There's even some fucking Eastern Europeans being like, yes, I am also voting really hard.
To 1 versus 1. Exactly.
But yeah, I guess I'm weak on game, man. I'm weak on main. Here you go. Here's the tweet. There's 600 people here. We can push it over the boundary. Maybe stimulate the algorithm. But still, at 5K versus 15K, don't think I'm getting there. But still. 458 billion. Are these people for real? It's a joke. These people. This person probably follows me. There you go. Yes, follows me. There you go. Frederick is a comrade. They're being ironic, bro. How did you bite that bullet, my friend?
Exactly what Obama and the Democratic Party leadership did after South Carolina. You remember Obama picked up the phone, get Buttigieg out, told him, you don't drop out, no future in the party. Called up Amy Klobuchar, don't drop out, no future in the party. And then it came down to Biden versus Bernie, and that's when it was over. Because up until that point, the mainstream Democrats were divided. It was Elizabeth, even at the end, it was Elizabeth Warren, Biden, Buttigieg, and Amy Klobuchar. So step number 1, get rid of the other candidates. And now step number 2, it's perfectly obvious what's going to happen. It's what they did with Jeremy Corbyn. With Jeremy Corbyn, it began in the UK with the Labour Party. It began with the Jewish Board of Deputies attacking him on anti-Semitism. And the issue...
It's not going to work here because he's already addressed that particular point. And addressing that point quite literally helped him win the primary. So I don't think they can Corbyn him. They tried to Corbyn him, but this is now in the background. Obviously, they're going to try to Corbyn him even harder during the primary. Not during the primary, during the actual election. But he's already spun it in his W so hard.
Issue was for them. I mean, the Jewish Board...
Yeah, it makes him look even more based. Absolutely, Pizza Famine.
...of deputies are basically a fifth column. They are foreign agents of the state of Israel. They should register as foreign agents, but of course they're not going to be asked to because then it's a trope. Jewish, you're claiming that Jews have dual loyalty, you know, a trope they call it. I hate that word. It's just a stupid word. So they're foreign agents, they're agents of the Israeli government. In any event, so they started with the anti-Semitism, and then what happened? The whole British ruling elite, they latched onto it. From BBC to Sky News, from the Guardian newspaper to the tabloids in the UK, they all latched on to the anti-Semitism. Not that they cared about anti-Semitism. The Board of Deputies cared. True, not anti-Semitism. The Board of Deputies cared that Corbyn was not aligned with Israel. So they wanted to stop Corbyn for only one reason, Israel, the Jewish Board of Deputies, because they're Israeli agents. But then the whole ruling class, because they didn't want Corbyn, he represented a real insurgency. He was a class struggle. It was the class struggle. So they all exploited the anti-Semitism to stop Corbyn. And it did play a role. It wasn't the critical role. The critical role, judging by all the information we have, the critical role was Brexit, that Corbyn was not firm on the Brexit issue, no Britain leaving the European Union. But the anti-Semitism played a role. The assault attack played a role. And so now in New York, they'll find one candidate, and they're going to go after Mamdani on the anti-Semitism issue.
Do you think it'll be... The woman got me some fucking chicken wings. Some goddamn chicken wings. So to your health. Let me take out the sin.
As effective? And it all depends on him. My counsel, which hasn't been solicited, but I'll just tell you, don't appease, because you'll never win. If you remember the Corbyn campaign, he made one concession after another concession after another concession. The party adopted the IHRA definition of anti-Semitism, which is basically any criticism of Israel is anti-Semitic. They gave in on that. Did it help them? Did the juggernaut suddenly stop? You can't appease them, because the issue is not anti-Semitism. The issue is Israel and the class war. They are not going to let Zohran Mamdani, even if he gets circumcised, gets a bar mitzvah.
I mean, he's Muslim, so I assume that he is circumcised.
Yeah, right. I recognize that, but you get the point. Yeah. So they will never. He will never placate them.
I'm circumcising these fucking chicken wings. Yeah.
He should stand firm in his convictions. He should surround himself with an iron wall of Jews who support him, and let them do the hard work of fighting off these.
5 minutes before an ad that is not going to play is going to play, and 5 subs away from our today's goal. You know what to do, chat. You know what to do. Make my mom proud of me while I eat chicken wings.
Jewish supremacist billionaires, and there are a sufficient number of young Jews who support Zohrani, and
many that have been canvassing for him quite actively as well.
Excuse me?
And many of them have been canvassing quite actively for him.
Absolutely. And he should make the point over and over and over again. I am not
these are
the
spicy.
extremist.
Fuck, these are spicy as shit. I don't know where she got them from. These are spicy as fuck. Oh, so good. Let me drink some water with them, okay? Oh, brate. Norman on the TV. Chicken wings in my mouth. This is what every Tuesday is supposed to be like. Oh. Even this water is spicy. Oh, incredible. Oh, very good. Life is good, chat. Little things in life, big dog. Absolutely, my friend. Absolutely. Chat, chicken wings, and water.
I am in the mainstream. I go with what Amnesty International has to say. I go with what Human Rights Watch has to say. I go with what the International Court of Justice has to say. I go with what international law has to say. I go with what a large number of Holocaust scholars or genocide scholars, including Israeli genocide scholars, I go with what they have to say. You are the extremists. You are the fringe. I am not the fringe. You are the fringe. Israel is the fringe. Israel's defenders are the fringe. I am not. That should be his strategy. No appeasement, no attempt to placate. Surround yourself with an iron wall of Jews who support you, and let them make the case and make the point over and over again. I am not the extremist. You are.
Very good advice. I agree completely. Spin it back on them. Spin it back on them. That's what worked in the primary. That's what's going to work in the election. Oh, heart attack.
You're the ones defending what the International Court of Justice decided was a plausible genocide. I'm opposing that plausible genocide. You are the extremists, not me. That strategy it's not going to win Jews. Or I should say, it won't win the older generation of Jews. It'll probably win about 30% of the younger generation. I would estimate it about 30% of the younger generation. So that's what I would recommend to him. If he starts appeasing them, number one, it'll never work. And you know what's going to happen? Number two,
he's going to disillusion his base completely.
Disillusion his base. He'll say he's already.
Whoa. Pre-watch. This video came out an hour ago.
Already betraying his convictions, and he hasn't yet even been elected. And it'll dissipate the enthusiasm. So it'll be a disaster if we already know it. We know it from the Corbyn campaign. It'll be a disaster if he goes down that path. I don't know what he'll do. I'm sure, right now,
But the interview was available for like 4 or 5 days. Yes. Did it look like a guy that will watch something 5 days ago and then stream it? Do it look like that serious of a man? Okay. Can you see this behind me? This is Alex Jones. Can you see the ski mask on my face? Can you hear my Balkan accent? Can you see me eating chicken wings while covering this and drinking water? Okay. I'm the true people streamer, okay? There is a 0% of prep that goes into this. This is 100% organic. 100%. Jebem ti sestru u pičku, ti jebem jebote kokoljutu u pičku materinu. These have actually... I'm a champ. I have defeated American. Unfortunately, I've been to the States a few times. I've defeated the 15 out of 15, the highest category of buffalo chicken wings. So I can do spice, brother. I can do spice. I've done the spiciest chicken wings in the United States of America, and yet these are hitting. I'm not gonna lie, these are hitting. I don't know what they put in them in this fucking country. Holy fuck.
Jewish mafia like Gerald Nadler in New York. He's saying he's supporting
Come to Mexico. I would fucking love to, my friend.
No. Gerald Nadler has a very long history of being a grotesque apologist for Israel. But his aim is...
Come to Mexico, try. I will eat it like a motherfucker, okay? I am undefeated. Spices, spicy in particular, hot. I am annihilating, dude. I am annihilating. I am defeating every single stereotype of a motherfucker that's got this fucking skin tone. Every time I walk into an establishment and it has spicy things, okay?
To try to persuade from within. And there'll be a lot of sweet talking, a lot of talk about being reasonable, about Jewish fears, and, using all of that language. And I don't know how he'll stand up. It's too soon to tell. So far, he's done well, I would say. The two comparisons that are being made with him are with Barack Obama and with AOC. But Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Come to Poland. I've been to Poland, my friend. I've been to Poland 2 times.
But the comparisons are completely wrong. First of all, Obama had...
Why people gotta overcompensate so hard on spicy food? Of course. We gotta defeat stereotypes, man. We gotta defeat stereotypes.
Had no program at all. He said it himself. If you read his autobiography, he said, he called it a neat trick. I stood for nothing. He said that. I stood for nothing. It was a neat trick, he said. And secondly, Obama ran with the money. The billionaire class supported Obama. They gave him huge amounts of money from beginning in Chicago. The Pritzker family, which is one of the richest families in Chicago, they backed Obama. Zohran Mamdani, he had a very concrete program. People called it crazy. Free buses, free childcare.
But there are free buses in third world countries, by the way. That's not a difficult thing to do.
There's a very concrete program there. It's not Obama, a neat trick. And secondly, Mamdani ran against the money. He was outspent 30-1 by the billionaire class. So that's not Obama. And it's not AOC. Because AOC got elected before anyone knew what her politics were. It was a kind of fluke. It was all done at a very local level. Mamdani had to face the tough questions before he won the primary. They were hammering him already about the anti-Semitism. They were hammering him about his tax the rich. And
Clean.
How can you do that because the laws don't allow you to.
Cleaner than the way Zohran takes down fucking Zionist dog fuckers. Oh God, oh Lord, oh so. We eat the knuckles here, baby. We know what it is to be hungry.
He was already being...
By the way, these chicken wings have been paid for by all subscribers here in chat. Thank you very much for buying me my chicken wings, unironically.
AOC faced no opposition. He was a very old guy who was in her district. He didn't even know what was going on. He was completely detached. But with Cuomo versus Mamdani, they knew what was going on. Everybody understood what was going on. This is a class war. And that's why we're giving him
a little bit of water,
$25 to $30 million. This is serious business. Because as Mr. Reckler said, this is the capital of capitalism. You don't run a socialist candidate here. So he faced the opposition already.
Trump even says he is a communist. He is bringing ideas that America is not ready for. And then he paused. And then Trump paused for 5 seconds because to an extent he realized that he was basically giving a compliment to the communist idea. And he was like, and will never be ready for. Which I don't know. From my perspective, it's Trump basically saying Americans are dumb. Americans, is Trump calling you dumb? Calling you not ready for comunismus? Thank you very much, Mark Scommy, for joining the community and becoming a subscriber. Welcome, my friend. Thank you very much. I encourage everybody else who's new here to do so as well and elevate themselves from the status of a simple chatter into somebody who buys me chicken wings and water. Thank you, Marks.
Which AOC was basically below the radar when she got elected. So it's not AOC, and it's not Obama. It's a very different. The closest thing is obviously Bernie, with the obvious difference. Well, it's not yet obvious difference because we don't know who will win in November. I think it'll be a tough battle, but it's a battle which, frankly, I relish because the identity politics is dead now. You can't use that. All the woke people like Angela Davis and Ta-Nehisi Coates and Gloria Steinem, all the woke people who attacked.
Wow, he's shooting bullets like crazy here. Holy fuck. The motherfucker has a katana out and he's cutting off heads.
Bernie, that's over. You can't do that with Mamdani. It's not going to work. So it's going to be a clear class struggle, but of course the other side is going to try to
Marskami 141, thank you, brother. Or sister, or NB, of course.
Misrepresent it as it's an issue of anti-Semitism. That's what they'll try to do. But everybody understands what's going on. I mean, they're just very, the ruling class, they're very straightforward. They say we've got to stop this guy. You know, you read the front page of the Times. They says all these business leaders got together with Eric Adams. We've got to stop this guy. They're not so much afraid of him.
7 out of 10, not spicy enough, but still, I agree. It's very good.
No, they're afraid of the movement. The electorate is supposed to be passive. and they should choose among the candidates that we decided. You remember what the New York Times wrote in the editorial? They said Mamdani should not even have a line on the ballot. Can you hear that? On the primary ballot.
Can you tell me something funny to say to a Romanian girl? I want to treat you the way Romania treated Hungarian Transylvania. I want to make you mine.
You know,
there you go. I want to treat you the way Romania treated Hungarian Transylvania. I want to make you mine.
A large number of people running in the primary. They said he shouldn't even have a line on the primary ballot. They could have felt very well when they discovered their influence now is down to...
Gabriel is Romanian adjacent, and Gabriel said that's not bad, actually.
to about zero. Nobody gave a damn with the New York... You know, in my day, a New York Times endorsement, at least in New York City politics, decided the election. It was a very fraught moment. The New York Times editorial, who it endorsed. Yes, it was a very big moment. Even when you knew who they were going to endorse, it was still a solemn occasion, that New York Times editorial, who it's endorsing. Now nobody gives a shit. Or darn, they've lost all credibility.
Oh, God bless. Preach, Brother Norman. Preach, Brother Norman. That was a great video. That was a great video, Brother Norman. Brother Norman up in here, fucking doing it all proper like. Goddamn. Oh. Those chicky wingies were a wingy and chicky.
Wonderful, a new child soldier. I mean, subscriber.
Very wingy and very cheeky. Where the fuck is this thing not here? There you go. And why is chat resetting constantly? Oh my god, I love OBS so much. Thank you very much, Baphomet's bitch. You're Baphomet's bitch. I hope Baphomet has a great time. And thank you, Methala Brat. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the prime. And we are at 99 out of 100. Not bad. Today's stream was fun. I'm gonna send you to the big man, over to the Turk, to the fucking small-headed but big-brained little man. He's not a little man. He's as tall as me. As we finish today's stream, you know what to post. I gotta go and record in exactly 14 minutes. We're recording an All Presidents Are Bastards, like bonus episode for the Deprogram podcast, together with Hakeem and JT from Second Thought. I'm doing Batista. I'm doing the wrestler. The wrestler from WWE who beat the living shit out of Ted Cruz's dad as my war criminal president. They're doing... JT is actually doing... JT is doing Juan Guaido. It's going to be... I'm giving you a spoiler. JT is doing Juan Guaido as an ironic presidential candidate. Damn, thank you, MMT. Thank you for hitting the 100, baby. Let's go. I love days when we hit that beautiful, beautiful target.
Very nice. Feels good.
Feels good as fuck. Feels very, very good. What are you sending me? Oh God, you're sending me one of these things, aren't you? And God damn it. But thank you. Thank you for hitting the target. Especially to MMA and to all subscribers, of course. Okay. Name one successful communist country. Name one successful communist country. Posted by a Bulgarian Macedonian. That's like a Serbian Albanian. That's wild. Okay, let's see what happens. Harmless website user.
Name one successful communist country. Redhead, go on. Name one successful Bulgarian country.
Love how he guessed that it's a Bulgarian. Okay.
Bulgarian socialist.
Fuck. Oh my god. Oh lord. I didn't even see this plot twist coming. Oh my god. Bratje Bulgari Kosta, brat. I'm literally like this. I'm unironically like I'm like this because it happens to me very often. The company I keep, I'm unironically like this when there's a Bulgarian and Macedonian engaging in some sort of fight, and I'm just like, I am so not becoming a part of this thing. I just sit there at the bar and just like nod at both sides. I'm like, oh wow, that's an interesting point. Ooh, oh my god, that's so fucked up. Ooh, wow, yeah, they really did that to you guys. Like, oh, so bad. This is what it feels like every time. Thank you, NebD, for the fucking 14 months. Fucking 14 months in a chain. That is ridiculous. Thank you very much, my friend. But yes, I am a centrist when it comes to the Bulgaro-Macedonian conflict. Oh, I miss my fucking setup. This table is so wiggly. So fucking wiggly. I'm a fence sitter. I'm a proud fence sitter when it comes to the Bulgaro-Macedonian conflict. But I will never... One thing that I'm radical on, I will never call my Macedonian brothers North Macedonians. That shit's fucked. You know, all the Greeks and Bulgarians losing their fucking mind. Okay. Thank you for subscribing. Genuinely. Like massive props to the subscribers and to the gifters. Thank you to my mods. Thank you to everyone who followed. If you're still here and you haven't followed, what the helly on are you doing? Now I feel like it's just fair because I milked that Majority Report stream to send you guys over to the Turk. Go over there and I'm going to see you in 2 days. Probably Thursday, Friday, and Sunday we are streaming, okay? Go, make yourself loud, and try to have some fun. No, I have 500 viewers and I'm only sending 334. I hate this fucking system. Man, I love the stream. You're very welcome to hang out with us 3 to 4 times a week. Check me out on YouTube. Check out the Deprogram podcast if you haven't been watching it. Thank you very much,
Wonderful.
Jimmy,
for
the 2 months. Thank you very much, Jimmy, as well. Great stream. Really good stream. We drank a lot of water today. You need to stream more. I touch too much grass. I have like a relationship, like friends. I know it's controversial to talk about it on Twitch, but I will do my best. And with lovely, targets being hit like this on the daily streams, it makes it much more sustainable. So much more possible for me to do them as often as possible. D&D too, yeah, it's disgusting. Anyway, chat, I fucking love you. Remember, everything Norman Finkelstein said was correct. And don't be an Alex Jones because it sucks. That was a fucking horrible